Right. Yes, just one item, but I don't know what the number was. The delegation we checked yesterday, maybe 7A2. Request this draft that. Uh, no, the Geneva was asking for more. So we asked them for which come to this Australian. I'm not part of my delegation, right? I'm the chair. So we just go there and we get talk with them. You know why I want to come? So just say hello. Mhm. So, sure, Paul, rather than what we- but apply we get it. I'm sorry. That's happening. Things happen about you know, last. That's why I went. And so far, you have the director that we're and again, Lagar, and after saying Lagar, that's the test, okay. Okay. Please take your seats. It's 10 a.m. Who is muy máximo? Please, may I request you to please take your seats? It's already past 10 a.m. and this is the second announcement I'm making. Excellencies and dear colleagues, welcome back. I hope you all had a good rest yesterday. I wish you all a very good morning. Dear colleagues, before we move with the adoption of our agenda, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the second meeting of the Bureau. First of all, I would like to inform the members of the committee that during this morning's Bureau meeting, the Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otone, announced that a solution could be found on a matter of concern for some state parties regarding the presence of certain location maps in three nomination dossiers for consideration by the committee at the present session. Following this positive development, the Bureau recommends that the Secretariat publish on the WHC website a modified version of the three nomination dossiers concerned without the contentious maps. I should point out that the advisory bodies have confirmed that this modification does not affect their evaluation of the corresponding nominations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Otone for his able mediation as well as the interested state parties for their spirit of compromise and consensus. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we are now moving to discuss a very important matter, capacity building. Indeed, capacity building is of paramount importance for the effective implementation of the World Heritage Convention, especially in the SIDS, Small Island Developing States, and African countries, as evidenced throughout our open-ended working group recent discussions. Through capacity building, state parties can develop the necessary skills, knowledge, and institutional frameworks to identify, nominate, and preserve their cultural and natural heritage effectively. Enhanced capacity ensures that local stakeholders are equipped to address conservation issues, engage in sustainable practices, and promote community involvement in heritage protection. Ultimately, this fosters a more resilient and sustainable approach to heritage management. As per Decision 45-6 adopted at the last session of the World Heritage Committee in 2023 in Riyadh, it was decided that capacity building activities be reported to the committee under two separate sub-items this year. A first item 6A related to World Heritage related capacity building activities and follow-up to the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, and a second item 6B on the activities concerning the implementation of the World Heritage Convention by the World Heritage related Category 2 centers. Dear colleagues, for the item 6A concerning World Heritage related capacity building activities and follow up to the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, the presentation will be made by both the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Ilendo Asomo, and ICROM. Allow me to give the floor to Mr. Ilendo Asomo. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, dear delegates, you will recall that in Decision 45-6, the World Heritage Committee requested the World Heritage Center and ICROM to submit a progress report on the World Heritage related capacity building activities and the revision of the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy for examination at this present session. The substantive progress report that you receive with the first dispatch of documents, which is document 46.com slash 6A, covers progress from July 2023 to June 2024 and highlights key achievements and areas for improvement in capacity building efforts for World Heritage conservation. Next. As you know, the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy was established in 2011 and provides a framework for collaborative efforts between the World Heritage Center, ICROM, IUCN, ICOMOS, the Category 2 centers and institutes under the auspices of UNESCO, and all World Heritage stakeholders at all levels. Its goals is to enhance capacity of state parties to preserve and manage their heritage properties while maintaining a balanced World Heritage list. Next. Since July 2023, a variety of initiatives have been conducted in the framework of the strategy. While we do not have the time in this plenary session to go through all these initiatives, I just want to encourage you to visit the World Heritage Center's dedicated webpage, which offers detailed descriptions of our capacity building efforts, useful resources, and best practices for capacity building. You can see also the webpage displayed on the screen here, but you could also visit the web pages of our partners and from the advisory bodies. Next, a substantive part of the report submitted to the committee discusses regional and thematic capacity building initiatives. In Asia and the Pacific, efforts included workshops on disaster risk reduction, impact assessment, and partnership to stimulate innovation and cooperation for World Heritage properties. In Latin America and the Caribbean, activities encompassed sustainable tourism management and conservation, including the development of an updated management plan for the Maya sites of Copan in Honduras. Next, in Europe and North America, initiatives addressed the renewable energy transition, disaster risk reduction, and emergency preparedness, and enhancing GIS skills. Aligned with Priority Africa, many capacity building efforts have enabled continuous enhancements of capacities for heritage management, conservation, and development. Next, activities in the Arab states focused on developing desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage Endangered plans, heritage impact assessment, and the sustainable development policies. The World Heritage Center enhanced capacities for resilience and climate adaptation while addressing the avian influenza epidemic affecting natural World Heritage sites. Next, the Small Island Development States Program, which we call the SEEDS program, participated in strengthening capacities in the Pacific, providing guidance for the development of and submission of tentative lists and credibility of nomination dossiers. The World Heritage Cities program promoted the historic urban landscape recommendation by notably publishing the historic urban heritage atlas. While next, the World Heritage Marine program provided capacity building for marine heritage management, including organizing the 5th World Heritage Marine Managers Conference. Finally, the World Heritage Education Program continued its support towards heritage education by engaging in the update of the World Heritage in Young Hands kit and adapting it for interactive digital technology. The report concludes with a summary of progress made towards the revision of the strategy. The evaluation of the first decade of implementation of the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, which was made possible thanks to the financial support from Saudi Arabia, was examined by the committee last year in Riyadh, as you remember. As you also remember, the evaluation highlighted the need for a more coordinated approach, enhanced targeting of specific groups, and a dedicated budget for capacity building activities. The full evaluation and the summary video by the evaluators are available on the World Heritage Center's website should you wish to go through it. Next. Following this evaluation, the committee requested that an updated World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy be developed for 2025 2035 by the World Heritage Center and ICROM in cooperation with IUCN and ICOMOS. The World Heritage Center and ICROM have initiated a work plan towards a revised World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy for the 10 years decade 2025-2035. This plan includes reviewing evaluation outcomes, incorporating results from a regional framework action plan, and developing data collection systems for future monitoring and evaluation. And this work is now ongoing, and it is hoped that the new strategy be presented for review at the 47th session if funding allow. Allow me to highlight that to date, no dedicated resources have been made available for this exercise, Mr. Chairperson, which is currently supported by the limited amount of funding made available for all capacity building opportunities under the World Heritage Fund. So I take this opportunity again to call to all committee members and all state parties to support the development of this strategy, which I think you consider very important, but we don't have the resource at this stage, and I wanted to bring it to your attention. To conclude, Mr. Chairperson, the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy has made significant strides in strengthening the capacity of World Heritage practitioners and stakeholders. However, there is still much to do, especially in securing, as I said, sustainable funding and enhancing coordination effort, knowing that capacity building is your priority. We look forward to ongoing collaboration and support from all state parties and partners to achieve our shared goals in heritage conservation and sustainable development. And all what I've said is, of course, reflected in the draft decision, which can be found, of course, in the corresponding document in English and French. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I will now give the floor to the representative of ICROM. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to carry on with briefing the committee about the results of the World Heritage Leadership Program that brings nature and culture together as a capacity building program jointly delivered by ICROM and IUCN in collaboration with ICOMOS and UNESCO World Heritage Center. The program works on producing resource manuals that is jointly developed by the four institutions that forms the curriculum content for course, workshops, fora, activities, and the structure for any technical assistance requested. The foundation course, called World Heritage Management, People, Nature, Culture, is provided to individual practitioners and site managers, both in online and in-person modalities. Case studies on nature culture management practices are collected directly from site managers that are uploaded and shared through the Panorama platform. The Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0 is a flexible toolkit that can be used by site management institutions and teams so that they can conduct an evaluation of their current management status. Facilitation and technical assistance can be provided from the advisory bodies to go through the assessment process that can lead to the preparation or revisions of World Heritage Management plans. There are regular courses on World Heritage Impact Assessment, not just for heritage practitioners, but for urban planners and developers as well. These courses can be tailor-made with both national and international scopes. Disaster risk management courses are also highly requested, and technical assistance can be designed for sites to prepare adequate disaster risk management plans. In collaboration with UNESCO, ICOMOS, USA, and the European Commission, ICROM is also providing capacity building for Ukraine. The program facilitates the formulation of learning networks on different thematic issues such as participatory approaches and linking research with practice through the Heritage Place Lab. The ongoing World Heritage Site Managers Forum has become an important mechanism to foster the exchange between World Heritage Site Managers and their site management institutions. Selected participants from these activities are invited to go through training of trainers courses so that they, in turn, can become resource people for the advisory bodies and the overall system, performing diverse functions such as going on missions and teaching on courses. We are very grateful for the generous contribution of the government of Norway that enables the day-to-day operation of the program for the past 8 years, and the Government of Australia for supporting the Climate Action Toolkit development. We also thank the Republic of Korea for the continued provision of management and impact assessment courses so that they can be provided to site managers on a regular basis. A scholarship fund has recently been provided by the Government of Ireland to support African and SIDS professionals to participate in capacity building activities. And the Italian government has also committed to support capacity building to World Heritage professionals in Africa to nurture impact assessment professionals. Translations of resource manuals are fully dependent on the initiatives of partner organizations such as C2Cs and states parties. The program is in full collaboration with the UNESCO Category 2 centers across the different regions, which enables us to reach the wider networks of sites and people, being able to provide the courses in different languages. In the calendar year of 2023, the program has implemented a total of 25 activities where 618 participants from 113 countries took part. This only accommodates half of the applications or requests received due to the limited resources coming into capacity building. Geographic and thematic representation of resource people and case studies are also carefully considered when courses are being delivered. As capacity building is delivered by many actors involved in the convention, ECROM works to provide the structured content and adaptable modalities to be able to maintain the quality of such activities. For the capacity building strategy revision, as the director has already informed, we have utilized the limited budget available under the World Heritage Fund to begin the implementation of a work plan. We are currently compiling the data of the most frequently reported factors identified through the State of Conservation Reports process over the last decade, and triangulating that data set from the third periodic reporting cycle with the needs reported by the national focal points against those needs that have also been prioritized by site managers on the ground, so that we can establish a clear needs-based strategy coming from different perspectives. The data collected will facilitate in drafting a theory of change structured around priority issues, target audiences, program actions, outline the deliverables, impacts, and possible monitoring indicators for the revised capacity building strategy. ECROM also emphasized the need for states parties to support this important work and for continued delivery of activities that will directly strengthen our common responsibility to protect our shared heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear committee members, I would like to know if you have any comments or observations on this subject. Any other member state would like to raise their plate? I see. So I'll give the floor to Belgium, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We would like to commend the advisory bodies and the Center for their investment in capacity building and congratulate and thank state parties and other stakeholders to also support this crucial activity. But in relation to capacity building, Belgium would also like to raise two additional points that we feel constitute the very basis of capacity building and where a lot of improvement we feel is still possible. The first is dialogue between the state party or World Heritage property on the one hand, and the advisory bodies and the center on the other. This dialogue in practice is still far too limited, probably for different reasons. A lack of capacity, fear that it will impact procedures. But as we feel this is so crucial, it constitutes the very beginning of capacity building through dialogue, the availability to talk to each other, We think improving this, working on a real dialogue, could make a huge difference. The second point we would like to raise is the one dealing with sharing experiences. Yesterday, we discussed the reports of the center and the advisory bodies, and we all heard and read that an enormous amount of activities take place on a daily basis. But the impact of these is generally quite limited. It's a training session for a sub-region. It's a workshop for a specific property. But when I was reading the reports under item 5, I thought to myself quite a lot of times, this seems so interesting. I would have liked to know the results of this thing, or I need to find more about this. So, Chair, I would like to call upon the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies to think about ways to share the outcomes of these training sessions, these workshops, more widely, more efficiently. So not just putting them on the website as a news item. I must admit, I don't go to websites daily. I don't look at the news items every day. So not just making them available, but also thinking about ways to inform the target audience, the focal points, site managers, academics, in the right way of the results that are being made available. Thank you.
Thank you. The Republic of Korea, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. The government of the Republic of Korea appreciates the World Heritage Center, advisory bodies, and other partners for their unwavering commitment to enhancing the World Heritage capacities of the state parties to the convention over the past decades. Through its support for the World Heritage Leadership Program and diverse capacity building programs across the Asia Pacific region, the Republic of Korea has contributed to the implementation of the 2011 World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy. The third cycle of periodic reporting for the Asia Pacific region was presented at the 45th World Heritage Committee in Riyadh. 44 state parties actively participated throughout the project, setting an exemplary precedent for capacity building initiatives. It is with great pleasure that the Republic of Korea once again has the opportunity to contribute to the appropriation workshop of the Regional Framework Action Plan, which has been developed based on the outcomes of the third cycle of periodic reports. The government of the Republic of Korea hopes that this workshop, conducted in collaboration with the UNESCO regional offices, will facilitate the effective implementation of the Framework Action Plan in the region. Going forward, we will continue to actively engage in World Heritage related capacity building projects, extending the scope to encompass more African and CIS countries. Thank you.
India, you have the floor, followed by Zambia.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. At the outset, we would like to thank the Director World Heritage Center and ICROM for their exhaustive presentation and congratulate them for the excellent work that they're doing for the capacity building. India commends the progress made by the UNESCO World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, and everyone in ensuring the implementation of the capacity building strategy. We also welcome the new strategy 2025-35 that focuses on reviewing the evaluation outcomes, incorporating results from the Regional Framework Action Plan and the data collection system for future monitoring. We believe that this is a vital aspect for strengthening the implementation of the World Heritage Convention and also plays a critical role in supporting the 5Cs objectives. The efforts have significantly strengthened the regional thematic and thematic capacity building initiatives, enhancing heritage conservation worldwide. The proposed revision of the strategy may further strengthen these efforts in the decade to come, ensuring that the strategy remains robust and relevant. We appreciate the financial contributions offered by several states parties. Their support has been integral in advancing the work of the capacity building strategy. It is through such collective commitment and contributions that we are able to ensure the continued success and stability of all the initiatives related to the implementation of the convention. However, as the presentation also indicated that the sustainability of funds is crucial for the continuation and the success of this program, which is sort of ongoing and continuing. This calls for a collective action as it is the collective responsibility. This was articulated yesterday as well during discussion, Mr. Chair, as you may recall. So we hope that the Secretariat works closely with the World Heritage Committee and all other states parties and advisory bodies in finding innovative solutions to get more funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Zambia, you have the floor, followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving the State Part of Zambia an opportunity. Chairperson and distinguished delegates, we believe it's cardinal that the Category 2 centers, whose main mission is to contribute to the achievement of UNESCO objectives through the development of relevant capacity building programs for the benefit of professionals and communities of state parties, should benefit from a structured and permanent commitment on the part of state parties benefiting from Category 2 centers' activities and programs, which I should add are activities and programs often designed with the participation of the directorates and institutions of these state parties. As the committee is already aware, the Category 2 centers receive support of varying levels from the host state parties. This support is highly commendable and deserves acknowledgement. In addition to the state parties that host CTC centers, there are others such as Norway, who voluntarily provide a lot of support to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. These state parties contribute to the work of CTC centers, even though they themselves do not host city centers. We commend them for the support they are providing and encourage them to continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zambia. Vietnam, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you very much, Chair. We would like, first of all, to thank the Secretariat for this very rich report. We want to commend the work done in implementing and the thematic programs and the evaluation of the capacity building strategy. All of this work really does go a long way to ensuring a credible and balanced list. There are, given that we are facing numerous challenges such as biodiversity loss, capacity change, climate change, capacity building is more important than ever. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the various different countries who have supported the activities of capacity building heritage around the world, including in the Asia Pacific region. In Vietnam, China, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Thailand, and in other countries as well. We do appreciate the important role played by the Bureau of the UNESCO officers in the regions, and we would like to see that capacity building be strengthened in our region. And we'd like an impact assessment and greater synergies between the creative industries and the work undertaken in the framework of the convention. And given that many countries in the region are extremely vulnerable to climate change, we would like to see more done in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vietnam. Now that the committee members have spoken, I'll ask the director to read the list of the observer state parties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The following observers have been allowed to take the floor in this order. First Switzerland, followed by Armenia, and then Egypt, and then Colombia. And don't know if there is a state party we didn't see, please.
Is it Oman? Habibi, I can recognize you even from that distance.
and then Oman.
I give the floor to Switzerland, to be followed by Armenia.
Monsieur le
Mr. Chairman, Switzerland would like to thank you and your country for the organization of this session of the committee and the very professional and warm welcome that we've received. The Secretariat's report and the advisory bodies attest to the high degree of skill and commitment. I want to thank the advisory bodies and the Secretariat for their work. Without them, the convention would not be able to be implemented by the states parties. I should like, first of all, to announce here that Switzerland is a candidate to the World Heritage Committee for 2025. My country would like to be able to better contribute to the functioning of the convention, and in this regard, we would like to thank you for your support. There are three considerations that I would like to come back to, if I may. Firstly, the importance of scientific independent expertise in funding and capacity building. Switzerland has often underscored that the committee's decisions needed to be guided by objective scientific expertise. The challenges of today and tomorrow, when as concerns safeguarding of heritage, rely on ever more cross-cutting, multi-sectoral and deep expertise. And that is why this needs a reinforcing. We need to be able to guide the whole World Heritage system in this regard. Capacity building and the development of innovative practices is and always has been an absolute priority. Switzerland is pleased to see the quality of the initiatives undertaken over the last year and the progress made. We're also pleased to be able to announce that Switzerland is going to be able to continue supporting capacity building initiatives with a new contribution of 300,000 euros. So as to continue developing the region's capacity building. There are structural funding problems. The shortfall in wherewithal is something that is jeopardizing the good implementation of the convention, and this is something that is getting worse, and it's not going to be solvable solely by voluntary contributions. Please wind up your statement, Madam. And that is why we need effective and rational safeguarding measures for all inscribed sites. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I request member states, state parties to please keep your intervention limited to the time allocated. Thank you. I now give the floor to Armenia, followed by Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to thank the director of the World Heritage Center and ICROM for the presentation of World Heritage-related capacity building activities. We commend the progress made in implementing the World Heritage capacity building strategy. Mr. Chairman, we welcome the implementation of regional capacity building initiatives. In particular, we'd like to mention the regional workshop on World Heritage in Pacific Island countries, strengthening capacities of Pacific member states with a focus to provide guidance on the development and submission of tentative lists, and the international course for site managers and experts for Caribbean seats. As co-chair of the group of friends of seats jointly created with Kuwait, Armenia encourages the redoubling of efforts to support the Secretariat in implementing the resource mobilization plan for seats. As a strong advocate for the priority Africa, we appreciate trainings and workshops organized in the Africa region, focusing on strengthening the capacities of states parties, effective management and conservation, developing nomination dossiers, removing properties from the list of World Heritage in danger, and addressing disaster risk reduction. Mr. Chair, we believe there's a general consensus as to the need to reduce the gap of representation of states parties on the World Heritage list and enhancing the balance of the list. If elected member of the committee, Armenia commits to actively support the global strategy to achieve a representative, balanced, and credible World Heritage List. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I give the floor to Egypt, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me at the outset to congratulate the government of India on the successful hosting of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee. Egypt commends the capacity building activities organized by the World Heritage Center and ICOM in collaboration with other advisory bodies, Category 2 centers, and relevant partners. We welcome the progress report covering the regional and thematic capacity building initiatives and programs implemented in different regions over the past year, notably the developing countries, which goes in line with the implementation of a strategy for the World Heritage in Africa, as presented under the previous agenda item. In this regard, we appreciate the training workshop that took place in Egypt last December on strengthening World Heritage Site Management Planning. We commend the units for Arab states and Africa in the World Heritage Center for their continuous cooperation and support. Finally, we extend our appreciation to the state parties that provided financial support and human resources to implement the capacity building strategy. And I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I give the floor to Colombia, followed by Oman.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. From Colombia, we'd like to commend the World Heritage Center and ICROM for all of the activities undertaken around capacity building and for addressing the challenges and meeting the needs of institutions and communities involved in protecting a safe and safeguarding World Heritage. Since 2023, the independent experts have been doing so much to enhance all of our safeguarding mechanism, but it's important that we have feedback concerning the efforts undertaken to safeguard heritage as part of the overall capacity building strategy. In many of the site, and as highlighted in the Site Managers Forum, we're seeing that there are many difficulties faced with safeguarding sites, and it's important to get their feedback, which is why we think this is so important. It's very important so that countries that are currently underrepresented on the World Heritage List should be able to benefit from the best practices and capacity building as by using the mechanism for dialogue when working towards tabling a nomination for the list. We are in particular grateful for all of the for the work done with youth and with the site managers. E-learning has facilitated access to the courses being run locally, regionally, and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I request that delegates please sit behind the nameplates of the country that you represent. Please do not sit behind the nameplate of a country you do not represent, unless, of course, you want to change your nationality. So please ensure that you're sitting behind the name and do not remove the nameplate of any member state, please. That authority is granted to no one because they are still a member of the United Nations and UNESCO. Please find a place either behind or you can sit somewhere, but do not sit behind the nameplate of a country that you do not represent. Thank you. I give the floor to Colombia.
Colombia just spoke. Colombia just spoke, sir.
Sorry, Oman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me start by thanking your country and yourself for the generosity and hospitality and for the excellent arrangement. I would like also to thank the Secretariat, the World Heritage Center, and the experts for the excellent work. We have seen a lot of development since Riyadh to New Delhi. I think this should be appreciated since we have seen also yesterday the report for the activity and the program. And now we are also listening to the report about the capacity building. This is very crucial to thank the efforts made by the World Heritage Center. Oman encouraged the capacity building, and we have supported the program, and would like also to see the evaluation of these programs in order also to top up the program from Oman. I would like also to thank the World Heritage Center, the Heritage Center in Bahrain for the effort made. And we hope also this capacity building in the Bahrain Center to take more action. I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other committee members or state parties that want to make any comments or observation? I see none. Let us proceed then. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I have a question. First of all, I would like to thank the director of the center and Ikram for their excellent report. And we note here in the report that insufficient funding, we don't have enough funding to revise the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, the new one. And there is a paragraph in the decision. Can we know from the center how much it costs, just to have an idea and to define a little bit how much we need, and to have maybe a call for the state parties to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will ask the Secretariat and Ikram to answer your questions. Secretary, Mr. Director, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to the distinguished delegates of St. Vincent for the question. Of course, there is a minimum amount, there's a sufficient amount, and all is also in relation with not only the preparation of the strategy, but also, testing it. So it's an integral part. So I think for all state parties who are interested to work with or support us, we will be pleased, to speak directly with you with some of these details. And I think ICROM and the World Heritage Center, we have been working together to have it. I think what we are calling for is not to exhaust too much the current resources that we're having within the World Heritage Fund, and allow us to work sufficiently and to propose a strategy which is really important, including consultations that we will need to do with the different regions. So we can make a strategy on paper, and that will cost very little. But if we want something which is really, realistic, which takes into account your priorities in the different regions, we need to include the consultations. And I don't have to give you figures, but you understand that I think since you are considering that this is a serious and important strategy, that's the reason now we call for your contribution. If you have $1, please give us. If you have $2, please give us. If you have $100 or 100,000, we'll be very happy, because that at least can bring together different experts and representative from the same region to come together. So I can just give you an indication of what it means. But with the team, we are ready to give you all explanations should you wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would Ikram like to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just also add to what the director has mentioned, the capacity building strategy, because we strive to work with sites and with states parties, identifying their needs and the existing capacities as well. There can be various different ways of being able to build up a strategy and also test out different data collection monitoring indicators as such. So this would very much depend on how much we want to go deep into developing the strategy. Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just like to also thank the delegates for their comments, but also to Belgium that we remain available for dialogue for anything about capacity building, and we would very much welcome having fruitful discussions about it, and that we primarily work with Category 2 centers, those in Africa, in the Arab states, in Asia Pacific, Latin America, all over the world, where it is through them that we reach the sites. So it's very much integral to it. And we're very thankful to Switzerland for the contribution that has just been expressed to be coming into capacity building. And we would very much like to emphasize to states parties, to committee members, that site managers do need to be represented through these delegations so that the realities of the site management challenges can be reflected appropriately to the development of the capacity building strategy and also in their contribution to the state of conservation reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions or comments.
Yes.
I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of draft decision 46-6A. But before we do so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments to the draft decision.
Merci.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to one and all. We have not received any amendments for 6A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Do any members of the committee wish to make any observations or suggestions on the draft decision being displayed? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-6A adopted. Thank you very much. I therefore now declare agenda item 6A closed. Dear colleagues, we are now moving to the second part of the general item 6 related to capacity building. As I indicated earlier, this is the first we have such a standalone item in front of the committee. Indeed, during our last session in Riyadh, the committee was of the view that Category 2 centers, as implementing partners of World Heritage capacity building activities, be given the opportunity to present to the committee a progress report of all their activities in implementing the convention. Allow me to now give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Ilendal Asamo, who will briefly present this item before moving on to presentations by Category 2 Center representatives on their activities over the last year. Their presentation will be grouped by regions and delivered in 2 sets of 4 presentations. Committee members will have the opportunity to intervene after each set of presentations. Mr. Ilendal Asamo, you have the floor.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear members of the committee, I'm really quite honored to introduce a new item on our agenda here at the committee dedicated to C2Cs under UNESCO's mandate, which, as you know, play a vital role for implementing the World Heritage Convention. It's the very first time, as the chairman has just said, that these centers actually have the opportunity to present their activities to you. And this reflects their vital role in the World Heritage system, which was clearly underscored by all states parties in the various regional action plans and even in the very first decision that you adopted here in this very session. So you are being asked to work in close partnership with these Category 2 centers. Moreover, the institutes that are listed as Category 2 centers under the aegis of UNESCO comprise a global network of establishments of excellence, and their services are at your disposal. These Category 2 centers are an integral part of our global strategy for partnerships of our organization. And building on their expert competence, these centers really do contribute to the implementation of UNESCO's mission and its various programs, and to the various global priorities and sectoral priorities of the organization. They give their support through scientific cooperation and operational cooperation, both regionally and globally, and therefore contribute to strengthening capacities for World Heritage and transmitting their knowledge in their various specialized domains. And these activities of transmission and capacity building can also help states in developing targeted policies, particularly as concerns World Heritage. In connection with the 2019 global strategy, the Category 2 centers activities need to be organized at the international or regional level and contribute to the regional programs. And all of the C2Cs are to submit to UNESCO before the 31st of December of each year an annual report covering their activities. And ever since 2013, the World Heritage Center has also invited the Category 2 centers concerned to submit a report of their activities organized with a view to implementing the convention before the regular committee meetings. And these reports are subsequently placed online on the World Heritage Center's dedicated website. To date, Mr. Chairman, 8 World Heritage related Category 2 centers are actively operational and established. And I would actually like to list them. There's the African World Heritage Fund, the World Heritage Institute of Training and Research for the Asia Pacific region, the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage, the Regional World Heritage Institute in Zacatecas, the Lucio Costa Center for Capacity Building on Heritage Management, the International Center on Space Technologies for National and Cultural Heritage, the Center for World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and the Pacific, the Regional Center for Human Evolution, Adaptation and Dispersal in Southeast Asia, and the International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites. Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the committee, I am pleased to be able to confirm that the Regional Center for Human Evolution, Adaptation and Dispersal in Southeast Asia has very recently signed its agreement and therefore joined the list of heritage-related centers, and that particular center is in Indonesia. I also wanted to underscore that the Category 2 centers connected with World Heritage regularly hold coordination meetings so as to encourage international cooperation and develop the networks. And the 8th coordination meeting was held in June of last year in Sejong in the Republic of Korea at the behest of WIPIC. And at that time, the C2Cs adopted the Sejong Declaration of Understanding and Cooperation among the UNESCO World Heritage related Category 2 centers. And so the Regional Institute in Zacatecas has offered to host the 9th meeting coordination next year in 2025. By way of conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say that the Category 2 centers are key partners in the World Heritage System, and their role in capacity building should not only be encouraged, but should above all be supported. The draft decision on this particular item can be consulted on page 38 of the French version, 37 of the English version in the working document. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to the committee to enable this presentation to be made directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would now like to give the floor to the representatives of the following Category 2 centers for a 3-minute presentation each. As mentioned before, that they will be grouped by regions and delivered in 2 sets of 4 presentations. So the first set of 4 presentations will be the Regional Heritage Management Training Center, Lucio Costa, Regional World Heritage Institute in Zacatecas, African World Heritage Fund, and the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage. Committee members will have the opportunity to intervene after each set of presentations. The first set of presentation is going to be made. I'm going to give the floor for a brief 3-minute presentation to the Regional Heritage Management Training Center, Lucio Costa. You have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Leal. I'm currently director of Lucio Costa Center. And on behalf of Lucio Costa Center, I would like to salute all authorities and delegates present here, to thank India for the hospitality, and to manifest the great honor to take the floor at this session. Lucio Costa Center is a Brazil-based regional center for management training of World Heritage under the auspices of UNESCO, and its competence region encompasses the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking countries in South America, Africa, and Asia. Currently, we gather together 10 state parties: Argentina, Brazil, Cape Verde, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Mozambique, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. New state parties are more than welcome, for the center intends to gather and represent countries which share a common colonial past, as well as the understanding of the importance of cultural and natural diversity, and of the fundamental role of indigenous people, local and traditional communities for the heritage agenda worldwide, especially when regarding responses to climate change, sustainable development, cultural, environmental, and social rights, the struggle against poverty and famine, and the well-being and safety of people. Our activities tend to focus on enhancing capacity for the management of World Heritage sites in the competence region by means of researches and capacity building activities on core subjects for the state parties, aligned with UNESCO and its advisory body's recommendations, World Heritage papers, and other key documents related to the 1972 Convention. The Center has also worked on making such debates available for Spanish and Portuguese-speaking site managers and heritage researchers, with translated documents and capacity buildings offered in such languages, which is a task reinforced by our dear counterparts in Zacatecas. With the new agenda and support from the present Brazilian Ministry of Culture, we have established with the new state parties a biennial action plan that encompasses workshops, courses, and seminars on risk management, impact assessment, tentative lists update, tourism at work heritage sites, and local government. Such activities are based on the efforts for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in our competence region, the sharing of experiences and best practice for the Global South, the synergy of UNESCO conventions and programs for the preservation of cultural and natural diversity on the planet, and a wider representativeness of the Global South on the World Heritage List. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I now give the floor for a brief 3-minute presentation to the Regional World Heritage Institute in Zacatecas.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas.
Thank you very much, and good morning. On behalf of the Regional World Heritage Institute in Zacatecas, which is a C2C under the auspices of UNESCO, I want to thank the World Heritage Centre for its kind invitation to take part in this session, and also to thank India for its excellent organization and the hosting of this meeting. Our C2C is in Zacatecas City, Mexico. It was created in 2009 to support improved implementation of the convention through mainly through capacity building in Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean region. And it currently comprises 21 states parties and 70 World Heritage properties in Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Honduras, Panama, Cuba, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, and Mexico. With these 70 World Heritage properties inscribed on the list. And we have been working on action plans across the region in various countries, which enable quite a lot of detailed attention to be given to the various sites. And we've been working with the advisory bodies of the committee. And this enables us to ensure that our capacity building strategy is respected at the local level. And we've been able to promote and identify priority issues for heritage management through our toolkit for enhancing our heritage 2.0, and in risk management through various capacity building initiatives connected with emergency scenarios, and currently through heritage impact assessments through the participation of training the trainers initiatives and translation into Spanish. And we've got more than 500 different stakeholders across the region involved in these initiatives. Currently, we're working on heritage impact assessments through the translation into Spanish of the guidance and toolkit for impact assessments of the World Heritage context, as well as the training of trainers, both of which are carried out with ICROM. And we're working on an action plan for Latin America and the Caribbean 2023-2029. And all of these results have been possible thanks to the support from our board of directors from various countries around the region, but also thanks to support from the government of Mexico and this committee's advisory bodies. I'm also pleased to announce that in 2025, our C2C in Mexico, in Zacatecas, will be hosting the 9th coordination meeting for the C2Cs, and in which we will no doubt be covering some of the key issues for the implementation of the convention, that is capacity building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the African World Heritage Fund.
And I would like, on behalf of the Africa World Heritage Fund, to sincerely congratulate the government of India and to congratulate you on your chairmanship of this session. As many would know, the Africa World Heritage Fund was created in 2006, has a coordination mechanism to facilitate the implementation of the convention in Africa. And today, the Africa World Heritage Fund is primarily the entity that supports the implementation of the convention in Africa through the implementation of the main planning and strategic instruments approved by UNESCO, such as the action plan of the third cycle period reporting, but also the operational strategy for Priority Africa. So in the reporting period, I would like to focus on three main areas. So the first, in terms of addressing the challenges of better representation in the Africa region, the fund has supported 18 African nomination dossiers, to which 5 are currently to be considered in this session, and 3 were submitted in February this year. To improve the state of conservation and help African state parties address the challenges identified during the analysis of state of conservation reports, The fund has also partnered with e-commerce on capacity building programs to strengthen capacities of African professionals, which then include the opportunity of those African experts to now go with e-commerce experts on field evaluation missions. Um, Another area of contribution of the fund has been on conservation grants, which were awarded to 8 countries during the reporting period to address various conservation challenges, and also to young professionals undertaking postgraduate studies. Finally, I would like to also express our gratitude to the governments of South Africa, Norway, Rwanda, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Uganda, and Korea for their financial support to the African World Heritage Fund. Please join us in our side events on World Heritage Capacity Building in Africa tomorrow for lunchtime, World Heritage Interpretation after tomorrow, and on a joint capacity building on investing in heritage in the Africa and Arab regions to learn more about our activities and our partnership with the other C2Cs. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate you at the outset for your chairmanship and for India for hosting such a wonderful event. Since July 2023, the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage has undertook the following activities in line with the objectives of the Regional Action Plan for the Arab region, which are to contribute to a representative and balanced World Heritage list in the Arab states, to enhance the protection, conservation, and management of World Heritage, particularly for sites inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, and to improve the integration of sustainable development policies in the management of World Heritage sites. In summary, these activities encompassed 5 regional, 6 national, 5 thematic, and 1 publication. The regional activities included a regional workshop for Arab states on impact assessment in a World Heritage context in partnership with the World Heritage Leadership Program, a regional focal point meeting organized in collaboration with the World Heritage Center, a regional workshop on natural and mixed World Heritage sites in the Arab states, listing implications and synergies with the IUCN's Green List, a regional workshop and interpretation and presentation on World Heritage sites in the Arab region in partnership with WIPIC, and incorporating sustainable development into the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in the Arab States region in collaboration with ICOMOS, the Heritage Commission of Saudi Arabia, and ICOMOS Saudi Arabia. National programs included capacity building program on the preparation of a site management plan on the transnational property of Deb Zubaydah, an online workshop, Bethany Beyond the Jordan, a heritage impact assessment and architectural guidelines, revisions of the tentative list for cultural and national sites in Palestine, sustainable management of World Heritage sites in Tunisia, and a national workshop on the 1972 World Heritage Convention and the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict in collaboration with our colleagues at Qatar Museums. Finally, we hosted a conservation training course on built heritage in Kuwait. Our thematic programs included a partnership with the UNESCO Regional Office for the Maghreb on a regional conference on housing, rehabilitation, and historic settlements in the Arab region. We are in our 2nd edition of the short film competition, My Heritage. We have an international conference, Opportunities for Heritage, in partnership with the UNESCO Chair for World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Management. We've hosted an expert meeting on modern heritage in the Arab region. And as our colleague Mohammed Jama from the Africa unit mentioned yesterday, we had an Arab African professionals preliminary assessment process meeting in collaboration with UNESCO World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, IUCN, and our colleagues at the African World Heritage Fund. Finally, we have published an Arabic translation of the guidance and toolkit for impact assessment in a World Heritage context in partnership with UNESCO and the advisory bodies. We look forward to the next 12 months with the same level of eager anticipation and hope to achieve more towards our aims. Thank you.
Now that we have finished the first set of co-presentations, committee members have the opportunity to intervene if they so choose. Mexico, you have the floor.
Buenos días, reciban un saludo.
Good morning. Greetings to all, and many thanks to the organizers of the meeting for organizing such a good meeting and giving us an opportunity to visit this sister country of India. And we'd like to thank the government of Spain, who has enabled us to enjoy the benefits of interpretation over the course of the meeting. We must say we enjoyed working together with the director of World Heritage Center. This has given us an opportunity to identify best practices at the Zacatecas Center. It means that we were able to bring together a dozen or so countries at our in our facility, and Mexico is delighted to contribute to the establishment of consistent mechanisms to help implement the convention, with regional centers contributing to capacity building. We welcome the opportunity to contribute to the fora, and we are delighted that we can use the toolkit across the region and enjoy the benefits of it. We also wish to make sure we contribute to fighting against trafficking in cultural property and fighting against and mitigating the risks of related to climate change. We are very grateful for what has been done through the World Heritage Center and through the work of all the partners over the course of the year. Thank you.
Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Qatar would like to commend the World Heritage Center for the supportive step in giving the chance for the first time to Category 2 centers to present their program and activities. We wish to take this opportunity to highlight the valuable and impactful work carried out by the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in the Kingdom of Bahrain. This esteemed organization has been key in promoting the protection, preservation, and appreciation of our shared culture and natural heritage within the Arab region. The initiative of the Arab Regional Center for the World Heritage in Capacity Building, Research, and Conservation have significantly contributed to enhancing the capability of heritage professionals and institutions across the region. Their programs and workshops have been equipped countless individuals with the necessary skills and knowledge to effectively safeguard our heritage sites. Qatar, with its leading institutions in the field such as Qatar Museums, has been privileged to collaborate closely with the Arab Regional Center for the World Heritage and numerous projects. Our partnership has been marked by mutual respect, shared goals, and tangible outcomes that have strengthened the protection of heritage in our nation and beyond. Together, we have worked various conservation and management projects, exchanged expertise, and supported the development of best practice that serve the model for the entire region. We firmly believe that the work of the Arab Regional Center of Heritage exemplified the spirit of international cooperation and solidarity that is essential for the success of the World Heritage Convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that the state party, the committee members have spoken, I will give the floor to Indonesia, to be followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Indonesian delegation, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to you and on your appointments. We also express our sincere gratitude to India governments for warm hospitality in hosting this esteemed 46th World Heritage Committee meeting. We would like to extend our special thanks to the Director of World Heritage Centers for his invaluable collaboration and support in making the process of establishing CATC agreement a smooth one. We appreciate his dedication to fostering international cooperation in safeguarding our shared heritage. Indonesia strongly affirms its commitment in collaborating with UNESCO and other member states in implementing the Center for Human Evolution, Adaptations, and Dispersals. We believe that this initiative holds immense potential for further our collective understanding of humanity's shared origins and journey. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We see that Argentina has raised the plate, so I will request Colombia that a committee member has raised the plate. So I will take a pause for the observer state parties and give the floor to Argentina now. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Habíamos levantado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had indeed raised our nameplate earlier, but we're on the side over there, and I know you can't always see you.
Ask the director of the World Heritage Committee to clarify on that position, because yesterday also your good self had mentioned that you had raised your plates, but you were not seen, and this is for the second time that you have mentioned it. So, because I did not see it, I will ask the director of the World Heritage Center whether he saw your plate. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
No, the only thing I want to say is that we will be very, very, very careful, and we're trying to look at you, and I'll make sure that we continue to look at you when you have your plate. We will immediately react. So our apologies. Thank you very much.
All right, Argentina, I hope that is okay for you. And please, you can restart your statement and your 3 minutes will begin. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sabemos que.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know how large the room is and how difficult it is to see everyone. Can I thank you, sir, and welcome the fact that this item is on our agenda. Category 2 centres are amongst the most significant and important links in the chain. Indeed, countries, regions must take ownership of this heritage that already belongs to them, but they have to take responsibility for undertaking this work. And our committee here is only one of the links in this chain, in the whole set of things. So, strengthening capacity building, making sure our people understand the convention will be the result of that work. Now, we hope that this can become one of the significant items in the future. Indeed, capacity building will contribute no end to improving the implementation of the convention. And thank you for adding that on the agenda.
I now give the floor to Colombia, followed by Egypt.
Señor presidente, gracias.
Thank you, sir. The Colombian delegation should like to restate the significance of Category 2 centres and the relationship with the Lucio Costa Centre to strengthen research and capacity building. We recognise the positive outcome of what these Category 2 centres have done and the way they contribute to implementing the convention. The Lucio Costa Centre is suggesting we hold a conference on financing capacity building, and we welcome that. Colombia has suggested it organize and host the first meeting where we would review case studies and see how we can raise funds, and hope that this can indeed feed into a better protection of World Heritage capacity.
The director of the World Heritage Center, so he will let you know. Thank you. Mr. Lazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to know if there is any other committee members who would like to take the floor to raise their plate now, so that we can have them on the list. As you know, committee members speaks, and then after the chair gives the floor to the observers, if he wishes. So, if there is a committee member, please let us know now. I see it's only Zambia, and then we will move to the observers. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
For plate is up, please. Oman.
All right, I would ask the director of the World Heritage Center to read the list of the committee members and the observers, and then the list will be closed. So you still have an opportunity to raise your plate. Once the list is closed, no more further opportunities. Director of the World Heritage Center, please read the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following committee member has been noted. It's Zambia, and after the committee member, the following state parties observers will take the floor in order that I'll be reading. I have in my list Egypt, Oman, Grenada, and that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
And now the list will be closed. Zambia, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, as a state party of Zambia, we wish to commend the CTCs for the great work being done with regard to the capacity building as for the state party as a state party in Africa. We particularly thank the African World Heritage Fund, who have been doing tremendous work in supporting African state parties through various programs or activities. This support was, of course, made possible through funding from the World Heritage Center, the host country of South Africa, and other state parties, some which are beneficiaries to the works of the true CCC, and others which neither host CTCs or benefit from them. We therefore wish to thank those state parties already contributing to the work of CTCs and wish to encourage those who are not to do so to ensure success of the work of the CTC. Mr. Chairman, the State Party of Zambia would like to take this opportunity to announce that we have put aside a sum of 100,000 US dollars to support the capacity building programs, especially those that are pertaining to sustainable development, and in this case, as pronounced in Saudi Arabia last year, when we committed ourselves that as a state party of Zambia, we're going to champion issues to do with sustainable development on the continent of Africa. Mr. Chairman, I submit.
Thank you. I give the floor to Egypt, followed by Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We welcome the progress report on the activities of the World Heritage-related Category 2 centers and institutes under the auspices of UNESCO and on their activities regarding the implementation of the 1972 Convention. We underscore the important role played by these Category 2 centers in Arab and African regions, especially the Africa World Heritage Fund in South Africa and the Arab Regional Center of the World Heritage hosted by the Kingdom of Bahrain. We appreciate the efforts and programs organized by both centers in implementing the convention and their active engagement with the state parties in our regions, especially in the activities related to capacity building, improving sustainable management, and conservation of World Heritage sites. Impact assessment of development projects and preparation for nomination dossiers to achieve a better representation on the World Heritage list. And I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Oman, you have the floor, followed by Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I think it is an excellent idea to give the centers a slot of time to present their visions and achievements. We do hope this will continue. These centers, without doubt, have a great role to play in helping member states, especially capacity buildings is one of the main tasks, in addition to other work. Therefore, their budget should be increased, including voluntary contributions. I would like also to suggest that these centers to be consulted and or to be part of the evaluation of dossiers for nomination. Before I conclude, also, Mr. Chair, Oman would like to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for their great support to provided for the Bahrain centers, and also to reiterate our thanks to the centers in Bahrain for it and its management. I thank you.
Thank you. Granada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the representative of the Category 2 centers for their reports. I would like to say that I raised my plate when we were discussing capacity building, but I was not identified. But I take this opportunity to say that we should taking into consideration the preparation of the new strategy for capacity building. I think that the centers category 2 centers related to World Heritage can play a very important role in this preparation because they are in the field and have the possibility to be in contact with the state parties and to identify with them these specific needs for capacity building and awareness raising, notably in the preparation of tentative list, the nomination dossiers, the responses they can give to the challenges of climate change and tourism, etc. The category 2 centers are very close to state parties, and we look forward to seeing them playing a role in this new strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now that the first set of 4 presentations is done, I go to the next set of 4 presentations to be done by the International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage. There is a video. Then the Center on World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and the Pacific region. The World Heritage Institute for Training and Research for the Asia and the Pacific region, the International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites. So now I give the floor to the International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage, and a video will play.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. On behalf of International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage under the authority of UNESCO, I'd like to express sincere appreciation to UNESCO World Heritage Center for inviting us to report its activities to the World Heritage Institute. And we know that space is the first UNESCO Category 2 center dedicated to using space technologies for the conservation of UNESCO designated sites. In the reporting period, first of all, it has a reporting to its governing board and a governing 10 sessions of its governing board. Moreover, it has conducted intensive research with the World Heritage Center to monitor land power changes in African natural sites on the list of World Heritage in danger land power changes over 2 years ago after the earthquake, monitoring and evaluated the Silk Road, the road network of Chang'an Shenzhen corridor, and made a chronological survey and did discovery on the Great Wall of the Han Dynasty. In the published 3 books, for example, Introduction to Space Archaeology, is devoted to comprehensively introducing different space technology using for archaeology applications and more than 10 academic papers. In addition, PACE partnered with UNESCO and ICROM to co-host the fourth Fengshan Dialogue on UNESCO designated sites and sustainable development and published the Fengshan Vision and recommendations on climate actions for heritage conservation. Co-hosted with UNESCO and Copernicus program, the site web-based technologies for preservation of World Heritage Sites here in Candid 45th section of World Heritage Committee. Its activities have been widely reported by China's Central Television and other media organizations. Looking ahead, it will draft a new midterm strategic plan regarding the third phase operations. Meanwhile, Facebook will conduct a project on archaeological discovery along Patangao via River, collaborate with the World Heritage Center and other partners to monitor and evaluate African's World Heritage sites. To conclude, I'd like to thank all of you for your long-term support to it, and we'll collaborate closely with you to enhance conservation, management, and sustainable development of heritage sites.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Center on World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and Pacific region, WII C2C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. It's an honor to be present here today. I am Suresh Kumar, and presently I head the Wildlife Institute of India Category 2 Center, which we call WIC2C, for World Natural Heritage Management and Training for Asia and the Pacific region under the auspices of UNESCO. The center, with the support of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change Government of India, was established in 2015. As you may all know, India has been at the forefront of nature conservation, and we have been working towards capacity building of natural heritage site managers and other stakeholders in the area of management, policy, interpretation, nature culture linkages, and heritage stories through customized courses and training programs. The center has trained over 2,500 natural heritage stakeholders through more than 100 capacity building courses. As the only C2C with a focused natural heritage mandate, WIC2C addresses the needs of not only the Asia Pacific region but beyond as well. In the past year, WIC2C conducted a natural heritage course for India's Ministry of External Affairs under their Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program with participants from 4 continents. The center has also been providing technical support to UNESCO on periodic reporting, state of conservation report evaluation, and reactive monitoring. Additionally, the center has been involved in 25 research and monitoring engagements, including preparation of nomination dossiers. In order for better information dissemination of natural heritage properties across the Asia Pacific, the WIC2C will soon launch a web portal providing a key platform. Further, as part of our operational strategy, a skills gap analysis for natural heritage site management is being undertaken, and this is expected to provide important pointers to improve our understanding and strengthen the management of natural heritage properties. The center has also been proactive in nurturing the nature culture linkages paradigm by advancing the conversation at both ICOMOS General Assembly and IUCN World Conservation Congress. We at the center would like to emphasize the need for synergies with other biodiversity conservation conventions for better nature heritage conservation. India being the host country of this committee meeting, it is indeed an exciting prospect for us to meet practitioners from across the world working for heritage conservation, and I, along with my team, reiterate the importance of collaboration and partnerships among the C2Cs. I thank the World Heritage Committee for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the World Heritage Institute of Training and Research for the Asia and Pacific region, WHITRAP.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to thank the host country and the Secretariat for providing C2C the opportunity for taking the floor. I'm Professor Shao Yong, the new Secretary General of WITRAP and the Director of WITRAP Shanghai. WITRAP was created in 2007 and has Shanghai, Beijing, and Suzhou sub-centers. Since last year, WITRAP has actively provided support to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in Asia and the Pacific region in various ways. Firstly, WeChat continues to strengthen its regional role in the conservation and management of World Heritage, focusing on SDGs. With WHC, ICROM, and C2Cs, WeChat organized the last year annual meeting of Heritab, which is a network of heritage practitioners of WeChat, focusing on World Heritage contribution to SDGs, and the call for good practice were primarily presented in Heritab Chat, as well as implementing the action plan of the third cycle of periodical reporting in Asia and the Pacific, which are developing activities with local communities and local governments who are key players. Secondly, WeChat continue to enhance the research on the new challenges of the World Heritage Site in the region. WeChat hosted the second World Cultural and Natural Heritage Forum on defining the contemporary human-nature relationship last year. With UNESCO, WeChat implemented the second cycle of UNESCO World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Program, and a lot of joint heritage nomination of China and Egypt and MOU with Mali has been researched to respond to the Africa priority strategy. Thirdly, WeChat continue to enhance the capacity building activities with partners at a different level. With Malaysia, WeChat co-organized a sub-regional workshop on HIA, and with ICROM, WeChat organized symposium on capacity building, capacity development on climate action for World Heritage. Recently, with UNESCO Regional Office for East Asia and Suzhou Municipal Government, WeChat co-organized the Youth and Traditional Building Skills Symposium in Suzhou, and many activities related to World Heritage awareness raising were organized. Lastly, WeChat has recently endeavored to focus on heritage and education. As competency building is a key challenge, we developed two major projects. One is International Network for Urban Heritage Conservation in Higher Education Institution, established last year, and the other one is Global Award for World Heritage Education Innovative Cases. This noon, from 1 p.m. in MR10, it will be the third World Heritage Committee side event of the world. I'm very happy to invite all of you to attend and to see how we are reshaping new concepts and approach of education and capacity building of World Heritage for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. I request you to keep your presentation limited to the time allocated. I now give the floor to the International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites, WHIPIC.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to extend our deepest thanks to the host country, India, for their efforts and hospitality in organizing this committee. While detailed information can be found in document 6B, I will share a brief overview of our work. WIPIC was established with the aim of contributing to sustainable development through the conservation and promotion of world heritage by research, capacity building, and spreading information on world heritage interpretation and presentation. As the only Category 2 center for heritage interpretation and presentation, WIPIC commenced various initiatives to achieve our aims. First, WIPIC has organized global and local level of capacity building programs in collaboration with other Category 2 centers, UNESCO field offices, and other partners. In result, we have the honor of organized workshops in Africa, the Arab states, and Asia for over 100 site managers. We also aim to provide 5 workshops this year for over 200 people in different regions, including a workshop in Rwanda this September. Second, IFIC promotes awareness raising of World Heritage interpretation and presentation through annual international forums and diverse events like the side event last year in Riyadh. This Thursday, July 25th, we will host another side event together with our dear Category 2 centers, AWHF and AICWH. We hope to see all of you there. Lastly, IFIC is also dedicating significant effort into publishing research reports and creating digital content, which are available on the IFIC website and social media. Our third issue of Interpreting World Heritage Magazine was released last week, featuring contributions from site managers across 9 countries, including our esteemed host India. We kindly hope you take a look. In all, IFIC will continue to implement and develop various initiatives for heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear committee members, now that we have heard all the presentations, I would like to know if you have any comments or observations. You may raise your plates. This is the second time I'm asking, dear committee members, if you have any comments or observations, you may raise your plates now. Observer state parties, any of the observer state parties, if you'd like to make any observations or comments, you may raise your plates. This is the second time I'm asking. Any observer state parties would like to make any observations and comments, you may raise your plates. Okay. I will ask the director of the WHC to read the names and then we will close the list. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As of now, among the committee members, India has requested the floor, and among the state partners, I don't see any state party observer who has requested the floor, but I noted that the advisory body, IUCN, has requested the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So with your permission, we will close the list of speakers now. The list is closed. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving India the floor again. In fact, we were waiting for all the presentations by all the Category 2 centers to be over, to be heard first, and then we would make our remarks and observations. Again, we would like to thank the Director, World Heritage Center, for his report on the functioning of the Category 2 centers. And thereafter, we had the opportunity of hearing the presentations from all the World Heritage related Category 2 centers and noted the excellent work that they are doing. And it is for the first time that we note that they are presenting it to the World Heritage Committee and to the everyone who is present here. Their effort has been pivotal in advancing the strategic objectives of the World Heritage Convention and the UNESCO's global priorities. It was encouraging to note that how some of the Category 2 centers are nodes of network within their regions, are partnering with the advisory bodies, and are instrumental in the preparation and submission of the nomination dossiers. The wide range of activities from workshops to even organizing competitions is encouraging and impressive. One Category 2 center also stressed the need of networking amongst the Category 2 centers, and such an approach is encouraging as it allows sharing of expertise, technical and documentary resources, as well as knowledge. So we commend the Category 2 centers for the continued organization of international and regional activities. These initiatives are not only contributing to the global development agendas, but also align with the framework action plans developed for each region. Mr. Chair, we agree with the Director of World Heritage Center that these Category 2 centers are key partners in the World Heritage System, for they are the regional footprint for capacity building. They can be excellent service providers, if I may use this expression, in terms of undertaking field missions, evaluations, and capacity building, and their service and expertise can be used for such activities more and more. This will perhaps help offset the pressure to some extent on the three advisory bodies and the financial constraints that they are constantly facing. Once again, our sincere appreciation goes to all Category 2 centers, their respective host governments, and participating states parties, as their dedication and collaborative spirit are vital in preserving and promoting our shared cultural heritage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the advisory body, IUCN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like India, thank you, Mr. Chair. And like India, we just wanted to await to hear.
1 second, please. Sorry to interrupt you. The timer should be 2 minutes and not 3 minutes. 3 minutes is only for committee members. IUCN, you have the floor again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like India, we wish to wait for all of the presentations to be heard, and just to make just a few brief points. The first thing is to really welcome this agenda item being included, because it illuminates so much important work that is being done to support the convention. The second, as was also emphasized by Ikram in the presentation of 6A, to emphasize the many collaborations that we already have with the Category 2 centers and the great potential there is to extend that further. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make remarks on two particular collaborations we have, although we could talk about all of the Category 2 centers. The first is to confirm IUCN's particular commitment to enhancing and developing our collaboration with the Wildlife Institute of India's center that is focused on nature, but as you also heard, is focused very much on the connection of nature and culture. And the second is to note that we also have a developing collaboration with a further Category 2 center, not reporting this year, but that will be launched on the island of Jeju with the leadership of the Republic of Korea, which is to support work across all of the internationally designated areas, not only World Heritage Sites, but other designated areas in that family of sites. So, Mr. Chair, with that, we have no further comments, but very much welcome this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will now ask the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Elondo Osomo, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I know there has not been any particular question, but I just want to thank all the committee members and all the state parties observers who have taken the floor already to appreciate this opportunity given to the Category 2 centers, but also to commit their support to continue providing the necessary facilitation for the Category 2 centers to implement their mandate and to work in cooperation with us. So this is really a reason that I want to say and express our gratitude for them. And as you have seen, we need the Category 2 centers to implement the World Heritage Convention, and we will continue to have used this opportunities to inform you on the excellent work that they are doing at the different in the different regions and even in the respective countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no more questions and comments. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of the draft Decision 45 COM 6B. But before we do so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed, we have received a proposed amendment submitted by Zambia and Kenya and Rwanda are co-authoring this. And this is about the inclusion of a new para 5. It says, thanks states parties that are contributing to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, and further encourages states parties to support the Category 2 centres in their regions for the implementation of World Heritage related activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee wish to make observations and suggestions? I see none. We'll proceed paragraph by paragraph. Para 1 to 4 is not amended, so if it is okay, then we will adopt it. But I will not hit the hammer till we reach the end. Okay, I see no objections. We now go to the amendment proposed. Thanks state parties that are contributing to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, and further encourages state parties to support the C2Cs in their regions for the implementation of World Heritage related activities. Are there any objections to this amendment? I see none. This amendment, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's thank.
Please continue speaking.
Thank you. No, the mic. Yes, it is working now. No. There is no objection to this amendment. I think it should be there. All we are saying is just to kind of word it slightly more pertinent. Thanks to state parties that are contributing to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. In between, if we could add through the Category 2 centers. So we are saying that because this item pertains to the Category 2 center, so it basically focuses on that, and then we can continue and further encourages states parties to support these Category 2 centers, and that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any objections or observations to these comments before we adopt them? I see none. Okay, it's adopted. We go next to the remaining paras that are not amended. Are there any objections before we adopt them? I see none. It's adopted. Is there any objections to adopt the entire decision as a whole? I see none. The decision is so adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I therefore now declare agenda item 6B closed. Dear colleagues, before the examination of our next item, I would like to give the floor to the host country for some technical announcements. The host country, India, you have the floor.
A very good morning to the distinguished dignitaries on the dais and our esteemed delegates of the dais. I have an important announcement to make regarding the Wi-Fi. Yesterday, a few of our delegates faced some issues regarding the same. To ensure the best possible experience for everyone, we kindly ask that you turn off the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on any device that you are using. Our IT team has been hard at work and addressing network issues. They have added more Wi-Fi access points and implemented advanced filtering to improve network performance. However, having many devices connected to the Wi-Fi can still saturate the access points, leading to slower internet speeds and reduced network performance for everyone. Additionally, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth operate on the same 2.4 gigahertz frequency band, which can cause signal interference. By disabling unused Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections, we can minimize this interference and ensure a smoother event experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we are now moving to the examination of item 7 on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. This item was scheduled to be tabled today morning, 10 a.m., but as you know, we are running 2 hours behind schedule. This is one of our major agenda items. This year, there will be one comprehensive decision proposed for adoption within the related document WHC/24/46.com/7. I would like to inform you that as for the past years, this item will remain open to possibly take into account the debates held under agenda item 7A and 7B. The draft decision 7 will therefore only be adopted on 29th July. Once we have completed the examination of items 7A and 7B. Dear committee members, I would now like to give the floor at the request of the Director, World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar Elanda Asomo, to the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center, Ms. Jyoti Hosargrahar, to introduce this item. Ms. Hosargrahar. I'm sorry, I missed reading. Ms. Hosargrahar, please hold. I was supposed to read some more. The page went underneath. We are supposed to make a presentation by the ADG Culture. So we'll take a pause and I will make the announcement. Dear colleagues, we will now start the examination of item 7 related to the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. But before we hear the presentation of document 46-7 by the Secretariat, I would like to inform you that as usual practice, we will immediately start with the adoption of the draft decision of 3 reports related to 7A. I would like to give the floor to the UNESCO Assistant Director for Culture, Mr. Ottone, in this regard. Mr. Ottone, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, these reports are the 46-7A.18, Old City of Jerusalem and its walls, site proposed by Jordan. The 46-7A.25, Hebron Al-Khalil Old Town, Palestine. And the 46-7A.26, Palestine, Land of Olives and Wine. Cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, but here, also proposed by the state of Palestine. Please note that these draft decisions were the subject, as in past years, of intense negotiation and have been agreed upon by all the parties concerned. Furthermore, I would also like to inform that the consensus implies no statement or declaration be made after the adoption of these draft decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ottone. I see no objections. Therefore, draft decisions 46-7A.18 and 46-7A.25 and 46-7A.26 are therefore adopted. Thank you. We shall now proceed with examination of item 7. As informed earlier, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center, Ms. Jyoti Hosargrahar, to introduce the item 40 WHC/24/46.com/7 and say that as per the practice over the past years, this item will remain open to possibly take into account the debates held under agenda items 7A and 7B. The draft decision 7 will therefore only be adopted on 29 July, once we have completed the examination of the items 7A and 7B. Ms. Hosargrahar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The World Heritage Convention is one of the most successful international instruments for the conservation of natural and cultural sites. This session, you will examine the reports on the state of conservation of 124 World Heritage properties, including the 56 properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. The Convention's unique reactive monitoring process contributes greatly to the efficient monitoring and mitigation of threats affecting the properties. This document also identifies some global World Heritage conservation issues emerging from the State of Conservation reports. I'm pleased to say that this year we have a very high, can we go back to the previous one, please? We have a high rate of response with 85% of all reports requested by the committee to states parties submitted. This number is a little less than the 96% that we received last year. Nevertheless, many thanks to all the states parties and responsible authorities who have worked hard to prepare these reports. In response, next please, yes. In response to the committee concern regarding improving the perception of the list of World Heritage in danger, a study was carried out in line with Decision 40-7. The World Heritage Center, with the generous support of the State Party of Norway, prepared a publication entitled Implementing New Visions, a Guidebook for Action on the List of World Heritage in Danger, published in 2024. This guidebook presents the recommendations of the 2022 study to sensitize and to be utilized by all stakeholders of the convention. The guidebook will make the study's recommendations more accessible to a broad range of audiences and provide more concrete ideas on how to turn the recommendations into practice. I will now address some global conservation issues that seem most significant this year. First, emergency situations resulting from conflicts for World Heritage properties, including armed conflict and civil unrest, continue to present a major threat to many World Heritage properties. This also underscores the tragic loss of human life as well as the destruction and damage to cultural and natural heritage. Approximately half of the 56 properties currently listed on the World Heritage in Danger were inscribed for reasons related to the potential or ascertained impacts of conflicts. UNESCO's actions to mobilize the international community for the protection of endangered cultural and natural heritage sites, including in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, in African countries such as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and in Asia and the Pacific region, such as in Afghanistan, and in the Europe and North America region, as in Ukraine. Moreover, in terms of the vulnerability of properties to the potential of looting and illicit trafficking of cultural objects, UNESCO, through the 1972 Convention and the 1970 Convention, as well as the 1954 Convention and its two protocols, continues to pursue a follow-up to the implementation of the UN Security Council resolutions related to the cultural heritage protection, humanitarian and security considerations, particularly the resolutions 2199 and 2253 and 2347. In its actions, UNESCO has engaged with a variety of partners. UNESCO is working with UNITAR and UNOSAT to verify damage to 50 sites in the Gaza Strip. In Mali, UNESCO has partnered with the International Alliance for Heritage Protection in Conflict Zones, ALIF, to strengthen the protection of the mixed property also, and also with regard to the cliff of the Bandiagara, and as well as in Afghanistan. UNESCO works very closely with ALIF. UNESCO continues its efforts to support the Ministry of Culture and Information of Ukraine in coordinating international initiatives within the framework of UNESCO's Actions and Emergency Assistance Program for Ukraine. The World Heritage Center, in cooperation with ICOMOS and ICROM, is strengthening Ukraine's capacity to undertake urgent protection and recovery of cultural heritage. Next, please. With regard to recovery and reconstruction, the World Heritage Committee, recalling that reconstruction is justifiable only in exceptional circumstances, requested states parties to ensure the integrity of the outstanding universal value of World Heritage properties and that all recovery proposals, including plans and drawings integrated and aligned with the need of local communities and be subject to rigorous impact assessments. For example, UNESCO has supported the recovery and reconstruction of historic urban areas in the Yemeni properties, balancing it with social needs. And in Libya has supported progress towards the implementing of correctiveness measures in the old town of Ghadames towards removing property from the danger list. Following the launch of the flagship initiative, Revive the Spirit of Mosul in 2018, UNESCO has pursued its actions towards the rehabilitation and recovery of the old city of Mosul. Rebuilding of its historic landmarks, the Al-Nuri Mosque and the Al-Hadba Minaret, have been completed this year. In Ukraine, UNESCO is supporting preliminary reconstruction in the World Heritage Property of Odessa. Progress also continues in recovery and reconstruction processes in a number of other contexts, including in Iraq, the Syrian Arab Republic, Afghanistan, and Japan, in the Kathmandu Valley in Nepal, and the archaeological ruins of Mohenjo-daro in Pakistan. With regard to development pressures and the need for management effectiveness, the state of conservation reports examined in the current committee sessions are evidence that development pressures continue to be a critical factor threatening World Heritage properties. A wide range of development pressures adversely affects World Heritage properties, from small-scale housing projects to larger-scale infrastructure development, including roads, dams, urban development and expansion, mining, extraction, and the building of barriers to the development of tourism infrastructure within World Heritage properties or in the wider setting. Response to such development pressures need strong governance and legislation to ensure respect for the OUV. The World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies have developed tools to support robust management, including to ensure that new development in and around World Heritage properties continue to protect the OUV of the property, including the UNESCO Urban Heritage Atlas for Urban Contexts, a digital tool based on the implementation of the 2011 UNESCO Recommendation on the Historic Urban Landscape, or HUL, as well as the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0, jointly published by UNESCO, ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN, that offers a self-assessment methodology for World Heritage properties to evaluate how well a property is being managed. The UNESCO World Heritage Canopy platform, with a number of diverse case studies, promotes integrating heritage conservation with sustainable development in line with the World Heritage Sustainable Development Policy, and also the nature culture community of Panorama Solutions for a Healthy Planet, coordinated by IUCN, ICROM, and ICOMOS. Finally, I would also mention the guidance for the no-go commitment to encourage companies to implement principles of sustainable development. With regard to local communities, indigenous peoples, and human rights, within the framework of the World Heritage Convention, states parties hold primary responsibility to ensure respect for the rights and welfare of communities in their actions to protect World Heritage properties on their territories. Rights-based approaches to conservation and management of World Heritage provide an important foundation for implementation of these responsibilities, consistent with the 2015 policy on integrating a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention, as well as UNESCO's policies on engaging with indigenous peoples and the applicable international human rights norms and standards. UNESCO, as a specialized agency of the United Nations system, promotes respect and full implementation of the provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, with the support of the World Heritage Centre and financial support from the Government of Australia. The International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage organized an expert workshop in Geneva this year on recognizing and respecting Indigenous peoples' heritage values in World Heritage sites, together with the advisory bodies, ICROM, IUCN, and ICOMOS. This is also something you heard about from Tracy Grant when she spoke on the first day. Moreover, UNESCO, ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN continue to collaborate to develop more integrated approaches and practices to natural and cultural heritage, recognizing the indigenous people's values and interconnections between nature and culture, how these might relate to the OUV of the World Heritage properties. With regard to climate change, it continues to be one of the most serious threats to World Heritage sites affecting their OUV, as well as the economic and social development and quality of life of communities connected with these sites. These threats are part of the expanding impact of climate change on cultural and natural heritage, exemplified by the recent confirmation of the fourth global coral bleaching event. This indicates that the impacts on World Heritage sites are part of a broader global issue, and that it is likely that more sites than currently recognized by the committee are facing threats that may need to be addressed through the convention. Extreme weather events and strong climatic effects, such as frequent cyclones, impact a number of sites that are also laboratories to understand these impacts. These impacts highlight the need for disaster risk management and mitigation measures. In response, the General Assembly of the States Parties to the World Heritage Convention adopted the policy document on climate action for World Heritage. This document outlines for climate risk assessment, adaptation, mitigation, knowledge sharing, capacity building, and awareness. To support the policy's implementation, the World Heritage Centre and advisory bodies are developing a toolkit on climate action for World Heritage. Thanks to the support of Australia and the Netherlands, the World Heritage Centre stands ready to lead the development of the guidance document to facilitate effective implementation, as you have requested, and invite financial contributions to enable the Centre to carry out this work together with the advisory bodies. Finally, with regard to World Heritage contribution to biodiversity conservation, the planet's most outstanding places are critical for conserving ecosystem integrity and biodiversity. High cultural diversity often coincides with high biological diversity, as seen with around 20% of the cultural World Heritage properties located in key biodiversity areas. The state of conservation reports show the ongoing global biodiversity crisis continues with pressures brought by a range of threats from infrastructure development to extractive activities and unsustainable use, requiring strong measures to halt biodiversity loss and protect and conserve biodiversity towards achieving the global biodiversity conservation targets. In May of 2024, experts discussed increased collaboration focusing on synergies between World Heritage and other biodiversity-related conventions, following the committee's decision urging states parties to leverage the World Heritage Convention to support the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Goal. An expert meeting is also planned for late 2024, thanks to the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Germany. Following a report on avian flu influenza, impacting World Heritage properties, the World Heritage Centre also organized a series of webinars with IUCN, CMS, FAO, and Ramsar to increase awareness of site management responses to this. And with that, I conclude my report, summary of this report and presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I request to please keep interventions limited to the time mentioned. Many thanks. I will like to give the floor now to the advisory bodies for additional statements on this item. IUCN, ICROM, and ECOMOS. IUCN would speak for 5 minutes, ICROM for 2 minutes, and ECOMOS for 5 minutes. So first I give the floor to IUCN. My humble request is we are really running 2 hours behind, and it's not a rocket science to just limit the number of words you have to say. Just go on Microsoft Word, do a word count, 100 words per minute, and 5 minutes is 500 words. So simple. So please keep it limited. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. World Heritage properties represent critical habitats of some of the world's most outstanding beauties and biodiversity. They make a crucial direct contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, both through the direct conservation that they deliver and as exemplars of high standards that we look to inspire wider practice. It is in this context that the working document recommends a continued strengthening of this convention's focus on nature and the synergies that can help deliver other multilateral environmental agreements, including the 7 biodiversity-related conventions. This is why both site-specific and strategic action is needed to strengthen the results that this convention delivers. The success of World Heritage has to be assured. In 2024, whilst we can celebrate many conservation successes being achieved, it is of concern that we continue to see multiple threats and pressures on natural world heritage around the world. From the broader impacts of climate change to regional armed conflict and localized impacts of inappropriate infrastructure development. We continue to see extractive activities such as mining, oil, and gas, threatening the outstanding universal value of properties, as well as large-scale infrastructure development such as unsustainable tourism expansion, large dams, roads, or barriers blocking ecological connectivity, amongst others. It remains vital that national planning and decision-making frameworks include early and appropriate impact assessments that consider the World Heritage values of a property in order to inform strategic planning and decision-making, which ensures the protection of OUV into the future. Beyond assessing impacts of individual projects, the cumulative impacts of multiple projects must also be considered at a more strategic level. We highlight again the guidance and toolkit for impact assessments in a World Heritage context published in 2022, and additionally management tools such as the recently published EOH Toolkit 2.0 and the IUCN Green List Standard, which further support decision makers to implement effective management for World Heritage. And we invite you to join the EOH Toolkit 2.0 side event tomorrow evening. Whilst positive progress continues in various World Heritage properties, including through the implementation of corrective measures to address threats impacting properties on the list of World Heritage in danger, it is also highlighted that several natural properties have been identified as facing potential or ascertained danger in future if rapid management actions are not implemented. We also continue to see important concerns being raised regarding human rights issues in relation to World Heritage, and reiterate the clear positions and policies of both IUCN and the World Heritage Convention that World Heritage governance processes must ensure a clear and fundamental human rights-based approach in line with international norms and standards, and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities in planning and decision-making. The interconnectedness of nature and culture remains central to this convention and to our continued priorities into the future. As climate change continues to represent one of the most significant threats to natural world heritage, a further strengthening and scaling up of global action on climate change remains critical, including through effective implementation of the newly adopted policy document on climate action for World Heritage. The joint development of the new Climate Action Toolkit for World Heritage is also underway, and we invite you to also join us at the lunchtime event on this later today. The advisory bodies are actively addressing the climate crisis, including through IUCN's Climate Crisis Commission, which is currently recruiting members.
Mr. Chair, IUCN is highly committed to supporting states parties, site managers, and decision makers in both the work of monitoring natural world heritage and supporting the effective and active conservation needed to deliver positive results for nature, culture, and people through our shared work together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to ECOMOS for 5 minutes, to be followed by ICNOM. ECOMOS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The State of Conservation reports before the committee at this 46th session highlight a range of achievements, issues and challenges for mixed and cultural properties on the World Heritage List. Conflict and civil unrest continue to present a major threat to many World Heritage properties, and the vulnerability of these properties to inadequate safeguarding measures became even more concerning and evident through the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. In post-conflict circumstances where a mission is not yet possible, ICOMOS has been pleased to work closely with the World Heritage Centre and state parties, especially in the Arab region, using innovative digital approaches to identification and implementation of the corrective measures required to achieve the desired state of conservation for removal of the properties from the list of World Heritage in danger. ICOMOS recognises that a number of state parties have acted promptly to deploy resources to address World Heritage properties that have been impacted by extreme weather events, other natural disasters and conflict. The joint ICOMOS-ICROM publication, Guidance on Post-Disaster and Post-Conflict Recovery and Reconstruction for Heritage Places of Cultural Significance and World Heritage Cultural Properties, provides a welcome and useful framework through which the recovery of heritage places can support and be harnessed in coming to terms with and overcoming the trauma associated with destruction and loss. Development pressures continue to affect World Heritage properties, ranging from small-scale projects to larger-scale infrastructure and tourism projects. And these pressures apply both within World Heritage properties and their buffer zones and within their wider setting. Responses to such development pressures not only require strong governance and support, as the Deputy Director has highlighted, but also rigorous assessment of heritage impacts. And the guidance and toolkit for impact assessments in a World Heritage context has proven an effective tool to assist state parties in fulfilling obligations under paragraph 118 bis of the operational guidelines and supporting good decision-making in a development context. World Heritage governance processes need to employ a human rights-based approach which respects the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities. For some World Heritage properties, outstanding universal value has been defined without the adequate participation by concerned Indigenous peoples, and therefore may not have taken into account their perspectives, including their relationship with the land and the interconnectedness of nature and culture. This is an important emerging challenge for inclusive implementation of the World Heritage Convention. And ICOMOS is pleased to have addressed this matter at its General Assembly in 2023, and together with the other advisory bodies will continue to support rights-based approaches. ICOMOS continued to work in collaboration with the World Heritage Centre and other advisory bodies to support state parties manage the process arising from inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger, and to galvanise more effective conservation efforts and international support. We emphasise that the inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger provides a framework for the state party to work closely with the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies to establish a set of corrective measures as a roadmap to recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to ICROM for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the face of the different threats previously mentioned by IUCN and ICOMOS, ICROM is trying to generate systematic change for World Heritage that may be sustainable over time. In this sense, ICROM has been actively working in providing capacity building to improve conservation and management in different regions of the world through the World Heritage Leadership Program, as well as ICROM's regional programs for Africa, the Arab region, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean. And also through its thematic programs focusing on specific materials conservation or on disaster risk management, all of which are delivered in different languages. Each of these programs generates content and new research, tools and guidance documents, some of which have already been mentioned by the Deputy Director, IUCN and ICMO, and as well as in item 6. All of these provide solutions for people on the ground and are disseminated as widely as possible through publication and dissemination webinars. As mentioned earlier, we strongly encourage translations so that local managers, government officers, local communities can access these documents as in the best possible way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Many thanks. I would like to know whether there are any comments on the entire document 46.com/7 on the general state of conservation issues. Committee members, if you would like to make any comments, please raise your nameplates. Don't wait for other countries to speak before you want to raise your nameplates. Please raise your nameplates so the Secretariat can note your nameplates. This is the second time I'm requesting member states, committee members, if you would like to make any comments, please raise your nameplates. Okay, I will give the floor to the director to read the names.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the moment on my list, I have in order, I have Lebanon and Belgium. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any observer state parties would like to raise their nameplates to make any comments? Any observer state parties that would like to raise their nameplates to make any comments? So before I close the list of speakers, I will give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center to read the names of the observer state parties. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think here I have the as a state party observer, I have Norway. Thank you.
Okay, now the list will be closed. Okay, I give the floor to Lebanon, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Lebanon has been involved in this committee since the 90s, and personally, I have been involved in this committee since 2001, 23 years. Mr. President, conservation is at the heart of the convention. 20 years ago, the committee used to discuss every state of conservation one by one. Then, due to the increase in the number of sub-reports, we decided that the center and the advisory bodies will select a number of SOCs they consider the committee should examine, while opening the possibility to any committee member to propose other SOCs to discussion. Later on, the number of SOCs proposed to discussion by the center and advisory bodies was reduced to only properties proposed to be inscribed on the endangered list or to be removed from this list. And an unwritten rule seems to prevail, whereby committee members only open to discussion properties either in their own state or the same region, and after getting the consent of the state party concerned. We are sorry, but this is contrary to the text and the spirit of our convention. The convention states clearly that it is the responsibility of the international community as a whole to ensure the protection and conservation of World Heritage properties wherever these properties are located. We feel that this situation is not healthy, whereby SOCs become a place of direct confrontation between the state party concerned and the advisory bodies, and the committee intervenes only when it is too late. We believe that it is the responsibility of all of us, committee members, to intervene whenever an issue may constitute a threat to the integrity of a property, and open up discussion on any SOC in order to try to find solution before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Belgium, followed by the Observer State Party in Norway. Belgium, you have
Mr. Chairman, before getting into the various different SOCs written onto our agenda, Belgium would like to submit a few considerations to the committee. Currently, we generally congratulate the states parties, the centre, the advisory bodies for all of their input and for all of their work leading up to then. All of these thanks are generally well merited. And yet, there are a whole lot of stakeholders that we leave out of our thanks. They tend to be local authorities, local and indigenous communities, civil society, for whom World Heritage is actually a framework for life, and it's by their day-to-day activities that they help contribute to the safeguarding of that World Heritage. Our agenda is a very full one, as we know, but I do think that we could just take a little moment to celebrate the success of the World Heritage Convention and ensure that we have a participative and inclusive approach to the safeguarding of our World Heritage. We wanted to recall the words of the Director General when it comes to the World Heritage danger listing. Too often it is considered by states parties as a list of shame. But let us go back to what we were saying about the need for this list, not as a means of sanctioning properties, but of drawing the international heritage community's attention to the importance of safeguarding that site and mobilizing resources there too. And one of the one element of evidence of this was the way that the sites that had, or properties that had recently been subject to all kinds of threats have been able, thanks to that kind of mobilization, be taken off the danger list. We are very concerned when we see that some of these sites that have been put, the list is not exhaustive enough when it comes to the ones that we are going to be discussing at this. But for some years can go by in some cases before the SOCs get presented to the committee for its perusal. So we would like to have clear rules set forth, talking about ensuring the regular perusal of the SOC reports. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, and allow me first to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, and secondly express our deep gratitude for the exceptionally warm welcome to magnificent India. Norway considers the state of conservation matters to be at the very core of this convention. We face unprecedented challenges in the ongoing climate and environmental crisis, adding to other challenges related to management, development pressures, conflict and post-conflict, to mention just a few. These challenges are increasingly complex, and their resolution depend on independent and transparent expert advice and collaboration between advisory bodies, the WHC, and the states parties. We wish to commend states parties not requesting the opening of their SOC reports for discussion, as we have noticed over several years that a number of decisions are weakened by compromising outstanding universal value and challenging of scientific advice and crucial policies, such as the no-go policy. We are deeply committed to support protection of threatened World Heritage properties. The government of Norway contributes significantly to the World Heritage Fund towards threatened World Heritage in Africa, in particular natural sites and those inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Mobilizing international support and collaboration to safeguard threatened heritage is the very intention behind the danger listing mechanism. The raison d'etre for Norway's ability to rally support is the fact that we do just that. We support endangered heritage to meet the requirements established by the committee in the DSOCR for successful removal from the danger list in due time.
In this sense, weakening of the danger listing mechanism as well as premature removal of properties may be very unfortunate. We encourage the committee to be certain that challenges are indeed mitigated, requirements of the operational guidelines met, and OUD safeguarded before making its decisions. Norway encourages us all to think beyond the individual World Heritage property and always keep in mind this convention's unique significance to protecting our shared natural and cultural heritage and its contributions towards fulfilling the SDGs and achieving the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. I will ask the World Heritage Secretariat to answer the questions, or if they would like to make any comments, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want at this stage to maybe clarify and explain to everyone the way we've been working following the intervention by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon who wanted some clarifications or of understanding of the way we were working. I just want to explain the selection of World Heritage properties to be discussed, to be proposed for discussions, as we have done in the past. Just to recall that it is in 2003 that the World Heritage Committee started requesting that a report should be presented to the committee according to the two following categories. That the report would recommend a decision which, in the judgment of the World Heritage Center in consultation with the advisory bodies, required discussion by the World Heritage Committee, and also reports which, in the judgment of the World Heritage Center in consultation with the advisory bodies, can be noted without discussion. And this is just to recall that, of course, at that time, if my memory is correct, it is a discussion also where Lebanon was part of the World Heritage Committee at that time. And that is the reason why in 2019, at the World Heritage Committee in Baku, that was the 43rd session of the World Heritage Committee. The committee then supported the proposal by the World Heritage Center and the advisory body to only propose for discussion the following reports of some, as well as the current practice allowing the committee to add to the list the reports they wish to discuss. And what you requested the World Heritage Center in this decision, which is decision 43.7.1, is to put for discussion only state of conservation report where the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage danger is proposed. And if inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger is proposed. And the third condition was if deletion of the property from the World Heritage list is proposed. And that's the reason why in our communication, I think it was the first communication was on 24th of June. We only sent you the first, and therefore we have been receiving your proposal and for state of conservation to be open for discussion, and we have been currently, constantly and regularly updating the list for discussion, which you have received. And again, we received this morning some additional proposal, and we will update the document INF 7 REF which is going to be made available to you in the afternoon. Of course, as we always said, the committee is uh, uh, if you wish to change this process, it is your prerogative, and we will continue to work based on your decision to allow you continue your deliberation in the way you wish. I just wanted to clarify it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions and comments. I remind you that this item remains open and the draft decision 46-7 will be examined on 29 July once we have concluded the examination of item 7A and 7B. Dear committee members, before we start examining our item 7A, as you all know, the 6th edition of the World Heritage Site Managers Forum is currently taking place in New Delhi. The event started on 18th July and will continue until the end of the State of Conservation items on 25th July. This capacity building event has gathered nearly 100 site managers from all over the world under the universal theme, Heritage and Communities, Inclusive and Effective Approaches for the Sustainable Management of World Heritage Properties. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Archaeological Survey of India, attached office of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, to the UNESCO World Heritage Center, to the ICROM IUCN World Heritage Leadership Program, and all their partners involved for organizing this forum with such a great enthusiasm and success. I am particularly pleased that this year again, both the participants of the Young Professionals Forum, whom we heard from yesterday, and of the Site Managers Forum were able to meet and exchange during a full working session dedicated to youth and local communities engagement in the management of World Heritage. I will now give the floor to Ms. Pablo Mohafa, South Africa, Ms. Hanan Najare, State of Palestine, Ms. Reshma Sawant, India, Mr. Bertrand Guavri, France, Ms. Victoria Sosa, Argentina, to deliver a message on behalf of all the site managers present. You have the floor. Ms.
Chair, yeah. Before we deliver our message, with your permission, we would like to present for the committee a short video of the past days of the forum.
The sixth edition of the World Heritage Sites Managers Forum was organized by the Ministry of Culture, represented by the Archaeological Survey of India, the UNESCO World Heritage Center, ICROM, and IUCN in partnership with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture and ICOMOS. The forum brought together 82 professionals responsible for the management of 82 World Heritage properties located in 34 countries. The participants extend their gratitude to the Government of India for graciously hosting and facilitating this forum in collaboration with UNESCO and the advisory bodies, as well as for the financial support provided to support the participation of 24 World Heritage Site Managers. Participants also thank the Aga Khan Trust for Culture for hosting the first 3 days of the forum at the World Heritage Property of the Humayun's Tomb, Delhi. Site managers recall the World Heritage Committee of the previous statements and declarations of the World Heritage Site Managers Forums that were presented at 41 COMs, Krakow, Poland, 42 COMs, Manama, Bahrain, 43 COMs, Baku, Azerbaijan, 44 COMs, Huzhou, China online, and last year at the 45 COM Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These statements highlight key challenges and issues that need to be tackled to ensure that site managers can effectively manage and conserve world heritage.
The inclusive governance and effective management of world heritage requires holistic, people-centered, and rights-based approaches. Site managers advocate for the recognition of the role played by indigenous peoples and local communities in the protection and conservation of World Heritage properties and their buffer zones. World Heritage properties are recognized for their outstanding universal value and hold a wide range of other heritage values, including spiritual values important to indigenous and local communities. Indigenous traditional and local knowledge are essential to find transformative solutions to existing challenges and to overcome the nature-culture divide that often hinders the effectiveness of management efforts. An effective approach to responsible site development would also entail facilitating equity, behavioral change, sustainable livelihoods, local and indigenous knowledge-based innovative solutions, and fostering entrepreneurship and economic opportunities in and around World Heritage properties to benefit local communities. Therefore, it is imperative that state parties adopt and promote participatory approaches founded on constructive interaction between a wide range of actors.
El foro the forum requests the commitment of states parties to recognize the role of site managers and site coordinators in their national World Heritage System, with definition of clear mandates that are fully recognized in institutional, legal, and regulatory frameworks, and equipped with the provision of adequate financial support and resources to ensure the long-term protection of World Heritage properties. States parties should support the work of site managers by establishing and strengthening communication between, on the one hand, international and national levels and site managers, including by duly informing site managers of the changes in processes, be they procedures, resources, or other processes connected to the World Heritage System. Our concerns should have a central place in the discussions being held at the international World Heritage arena. Accessible communication channels between site managers and various other stakeholders, including World Heritage Committee, the Secretariat, advisory bodies, and states parties, should be established to facilitate decision making and effective problem solving.
Les conflits armés constituent
Armed conflicts pose significant threats to World Heritage properties, leading to loss of lives, damage and destruction of natural and cultural heritage. There is a need to enhance the capacities of site managers and local communities so that they can plan and implement emergency preparedness and response measures that are appropriate for dealing with such challenges. The effects of climate change, urban pressure, and a lack of disaster preparedness are compounding these challenges and hindering sites managers' efforts to protect World Heritage properties for present and future generations. International assistance, multilateral cooperation, and promoting peace and reconciliation are more important than ever. The role and responsibilities of site managers have increased in complexity over time, requiring continuous capacity building so as to strengthen existing skills and acquire new skills. More capacity building actions, guidance, and additional tools are needed to actively support site managers in their efforts to respond to the wide range of challenges being faced by World Heritage properties. The World Heritage Committee members and states parties are asked to provide the necessary means to invest in capacity building with urgent priority.
Forum has become the established space for site managers to meet and exchange, strengthening international and regional networks, as can be seen through the We Are Site Managers International Symposium that led to the adoption of Georgetown Declaration. Site managers request that the forum continues to be organized in conjunction with the World Heritage Committee. Furthermore, site managers advocate for the establishment of international, regional, and thematic site managers networks where a site manager-led process of improvement by sharing experiences, continuous knowledge exchange can be developed with diverse mechanism of collaboration through online and in-person modalities supported by the convention through adequate myths. The concerns raised by the World Heritage Site Managers Fora should be included and reflected in the relevant agenda items and decisions adopted at the annual World Heritage Committee meetings. State parties should fully adopt and integrate the protection and management requirements for World Heritage stipulated in the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention into national, legal, and planning frameworks to enable and empower site managers to be able to effectively manage World Heritage properties.
Many thanks for this very inspiring feedback from the Site Managers Forum, and I'm sure you're hearing the wonderful claps. I'm very proud of this unique capacity building and exchange initiative could be pursued again this year in India. Are there any comments? I see none. Let's proceed then. We can proceed with our next agenda item. Now, considering the time limit, we will adjourn our meeting now for lunch and will resume at 3 p.m. with the item 7A. But I will now give the floor to the Secretariat to make some announcements. Thank you. Uh, India, you're the host, but we are running short of time. If they had all adhered to the time limits given, then we would have the 3 minutes extra, but we don't have. And I'm informed that the translators will close at one particular amount of time. So can you just make your statement in 1 minute if possible? I'll give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, I certainly don't want to come between us and the lunch, so I'll be very brief. But I just wanted to make a point that hearing all the five participants of the site management for managers forum was very encouraging. They provided us with this precise information from the ground. They are the actual persons on the ground who are managing these World Heritage properties. Their roles are fundamental, most critical. They are handling some of the most complex situations which go far beyond conservation, far beyond mere management of sites. And therefore, listening from them was very interesting and also useful from the point of view that when we are talking about policies here, I think these reflections do give us that understanding. So that is something that we must commend and salute. And the second point, which I would want to compliment the Secretariat for, that we used this opportunity wherein the international site managers who were present from all over the world had an opportunity to interact with site managers of India's World Heritage properties. And we've learned that how this interaction has been very useful. So it's been a very successful experiment and a model. And we hope in times to come, this is emulated, in other states parties who are hosting this committee meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you. This is just an announcement about the 5 site events that will take place during lunch time. There will be the one site event uh, uh, titled Dive into Heritage, an innovative digital platform for World Heritage preservation and exploration. It will take place in a room MR6 in level 1 from 1:30 to 2:45, and it's organized by UNESCO. And then the second side event, uh, uh, it's titled Art That Reinstate Friendship, Ajanta Revisited in Armenia, and it will take place in room MR13 from 1:15 p.m. and it's organized by Armenia. And the third side event, it's an exhibition on the results of recent excavations in Muarajambi village and temple compound, and it will take place in the exhibition hall. It is a separate building access by level 1, and it is organized by Indonesia, and there will be the opening of the exhibition. And then the fourth site event, it's on climate action toolkit for World Heritage. It will take place in room MR19 in level 1. It is organized by ICROM, Australia and the Netherlands, IUCN, ICOMOS, and the UNESCO. And the fifth side event, it's titled Science, Creativity, and Empowerment, World Heritage Education Towards the Future. And it will take place in room MR10 in level 1, starting at 1 p.m. And it is organized by the World Heritage Institute of Training and Research Asia and Pacific. And lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I didn't hear the round of applause. I really would like the delegate to give a last round of applause to all the site managers who are looking after World Heritage sites. Thank you.
As I had said in my opening statement to the site managers at their forum, that there are hundreds of thousands of companies in the world, and each of those companies could have many managers, but there are only 1,199 sites on the World Heritage List as of now, which means a club of site managers is a very exclusive global club. Thank you so much, and you deserve all our applause. And with that, this meeting is And with that, this meeting is adjourned till 3 p.m. Dear colleagues, I request you all to please take your seats. We are about to commence. Dear committee members, dear colleagues, we are now going to open agenda item 7A on the state of conservation reports of the properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. In this regard, I wish to inform you that as announced during our first meeting of the Bureau on Sunday, requests coming from committee members during the session would be accepted until the opening of General Item 7 this morning, and that any such last-minute request be only discussed the next day, to let sufficient time for all committee members and experts to be prepared and ensure a well-informed decision-making process. Therefore, the properties open for discussion this morning will not be examined today, but tomorrow. A few state parties had asked me some questions concerning the right of committee members presenting amendments to their own property, the process of circulation of amendments submitted. I will therefore give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Elendo Osomo, to respond to these two questions. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To address and answer the two questions that have been put by some member states, can I just say the following? First of all, on the way amendments are or can be submitted by members of the committee, there are no rules that prevent a member of the committee from submitting an amendment relating to a property on its territory. However, the state involved cannot take the floor itself unless it is at the request of another member of the committee to answer a specific question. The procedure foreseen to circulate amendments sent to the WHC.rapporteur email address is something I'd like to describe. We receive your amendments at this specific email address in the inbox, and then we have to rephrase them if necessary, adjust them, translate them. In some instances, there are a couple of amendments that might actually mean the same thing but slightly differently. And once we found a standard phrasing, we then hand the amendment to the rapporteur and to the state party. I must say we're doing our best to do so while abiding the rules and regulations of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director, for answering the questions that were posed by a few state parties concerning the right of committee members presenting amendments to their own property and the process of circulation of amendments so submitted. Thank you very much for these clarifications. Dear friends and colleagues, according to para 190 of the operational guidelines, the committee shall review annually the state of conservation of properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. We have now reached this crucial part of our agenda, which is at the heart of the convention. Before we start with the examination of individual state of conservation reports, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Elendo Osomo, Director of the WHC, to introduce this item. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Document 7A, 7A at 7A at 2, 7A at 3, and 7A at 4 present detailed reports on the state of conservation of for the 56 properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. In addition to the individual reports, there is one general decision on the World Heritage properties in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In line with our rotation practice this year, we will start the presentation of the report with cultural properties in the following order of regions. We will start with Europe and North America, to be followed by Latin America and the Caribbean. And we will continue with Africa, then Arab states, and we'll finish with Asia Pacific. The presentations will be made jointly by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies. After the examination of cultural properties, we will proceed with the examination of natural properties in the same regional order. Please note that there are no mixed properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. Once we reach the relevant agenda items, and before the floor is given to the Secretariat and the advisory bodies, it is the practice, Mr. Chairperson, that the committee member who has requested a specific state of conservation report to be open for discussion be asked to briefly present the reason why it felt important to discuss this report in order to keep the debate focused on this issue. I also would like to remind the distinguished committee members that for all the state of conservation reports not open for discussion, as it is the practice, the list of these properties will only be read out by the Secretariat, after which you may, Mr. Chairperson, then declare if all agree the relevant decisions adopted. As the distinguished members of the committee have seen, we have proposed a tentative timetable specific to the examination of the state of conservation report. I would therefore encourage you all to refer to this document, which will be updated daily on the World Heritage Center's webpage according to our progress, but also according to the new information that we would have received. Before concluding, I would also like to recall some of the committee's rules of procedure which you may want to apply on this agenda item to facilitate the conduct of the debates. I want to recall Rule 22.5, which says that the chairperson shall put committee members' questions to a state party once at the end of the committee's debate on the property. And then Rule 22.6, state parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed. Lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to remind the distinguished committee members about the very important decision 35-12E, which the committee adopted at its 35th session in 2011, requesting state parties to refrain from providing additional information regarding conservation issues after the deadlines indicated in the operational guidelines, as this information cannot be given the necessary attention for review by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies at such short notice. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much for this useful introduction. If there is no question, we shall now proceed with the examination of the first report. I see a state party has raised, an observer state party has raised its plate. But before that, any committee members would like to raise their plates, you may do so now. I will give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center to read out the names before and after which I will be closing the list. Mr. Director, kindly read out the names.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I have on my list as committee member Argentina, and then I think as a state party observer Russian Federation. Thank you, Chairperson. I don't see any other state party observer who was requested for the floor.
Okay, I will give the floor to Argentina and close the list. The list of speakers is now closed. Argentina, you have the floor, to be followed by the observer state party, the Russian Federation.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question about procedure. We know that this item of the agenda will remain open, and we'd like to know at what point we will be treating the suggestion of not opening certain items without discussion, with discussion. We'd like to make some suggestions for text which won't be open for discussion according to the suggestion that was made previously. Thank you.
Thank you. The Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am an observer indeed, but last year we it was the last year of our 4-year mandate as a member of the committee, and we relied on the help of the Secretariat in these in that position. Thank you to the Secretariat for your help. We have been told, haven't we, that a member state cannot bring, or that's what we were told, that a member state cannot bring amendments relating to a property in their own country. And indeed, no one has done this. When someone or one country did try and do that, then the Secretariat was clearly stating that it should be introduced by another member state. But from what we just heard from the explanations, a country, a member state to the convention seems to be able to introduce such amendments. So would the director of the center could tell us what's changed in the over the last year, what new decisions have been taken that now allow a country where the property is located to introduce amendments, and under what working principles we have changed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Director, would you like to answer the question, or should the legal advisor, would you like to ask someone else to respond to his questions? You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe I've already answered that question. You, in your introduction, asked the very same question, and you asked me to address it. So I believe I have indeed answered that question that the honorable delegate from Russia has raised. I have addressed this question very clearly indeed. Thank you.
Argentina, you had asked some question as well. Apparently, it's not noted. So, can you quickly pose your questions again? We'll be very grateful to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to know at which point on the agenda, given that this item on decisions will remain open for several days, at which point will we be dealing with the issues which are not suggested to be open for discussion? Because in one specific case, we would like to ask for the opening of a discussion, and we'd like to know when that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor back to the Director WHC.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members of the committee can indeed request a debate up until the item starts being taken. The practice of the committee is the following. So as to enable the Secretariat to do enough preparation work, the committee agreed that it would be preferable to make this request in, put this request in sufficiently upstream. Nothing prevents anyone from requesting this at the last moment, but to enable the Secretariat to prepare the groundwork, you're encouraged to put this request early on.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I will now give the floor to the ADG Culture. You have the floor, sir.
No, para poder responder.
I just wanted to answer to the esteemed delegate from Argentina. I understand that what you're asking is not specifically to open something on the state of conservation, but rather asking at which point you can make a comment on a specific state of conservation of a site in particular. And you're asking the Secretariat to answer at which time you can make that statement, before or after. I think that's what he's asking, whether he can do it before or whether he has to wait until a specific time, given that the Secretariat will have a specific list of sites, whether it will then be closed. So he'd like to know whether he has to make that statement before, afterwards, or later on.
Argentina, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I'm just clarifying something that is already a practice in several other meetings. The list of speakers is usually closed after the first intervention of a member. In the meeting of this morning, it seems that we adopted another decision, which is that the list of speakers is closed before we actually begin speaking. And this means that we're prevented from reacting to the statements of other states. And in this particular case, there is an issue here, because we put forward a note to ask for the opening of a discussion, but now the text that is in front of all of the delegations here states that there are some matters which will be approved without discussion. On the other hand, the final approval will happen on the 29th. So that leaves a long time to understand at which time we will actually be able to operationalize that request to open a specific item. We want to know when we need to do it, whether we have to wait or whether we have to do it on the 29th, or whether we can actually request that now. So it's very much related to the rule we adopted this morning, which was to close the list of speakers before we begin the discussion. Thank you.
We will be asking if anybody wants to take the floor. Apparently, you had mentioned 2 times that you were overlooked. So, and the response got from the Secretariat was, which was informed to me, was that when I had asked member states to put their nameplates, your nameplate was not put up at that point in time, but was done afterwards. So we thought that no member state should be overlooked, and that's why we are paying particular attention to all the corners, and we are reminding the member states not once but even twice that if you wish to take the floor, please raise your nameplates in order to give opportunity to everyone to take the floor. Now, if that is okay, with regards to your specific question as to when should you raise a question about a particular item, Mr. Lazar, would you like to respond to him? You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. You discussed this morning, the discussion was all about the reports, the various reports that we had this morning. And in that instance, yes, people react, ask questions, and I think that's what Argentina is relating to, that questions and contributions will trigger other questions from other members. I think that's very clear. Anyway, on the states of conservation, you will review the SOCs for the properties that have been open for discussion if there are, for which there will be a discussion. If you do have comments for those sites that haven't been open for discussion, you will be able to make comments at the end of the item, and you're a member of the committee, so you can ask questions or comments whenever. And then you'll see. I mean, you can make these messages if you have any messages to send out, encouragement or otherwise. Thank you.
Argentina, this is the third time you are taking the floor. You have it, sir.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, unfortunately, we are having to take the floor for the third time because it's not clear to me yet. Our country submitted a proposal for amendment to a decision which was going to be adopted without debate. It has already been presented. What we wanted to ask is for a specific item to open the discussion and analyze or look at that amendment proposal. But we're still not sure about which time we need to request that opening. So I'd like to do so now. We would like to request the opening of a discussion on an item of decision 46 7A3. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that the Honourable Delegate has mentioned is in fact indeed included on the list of items to be discussed this afternoon. This is a list that has been circulated to all member states. I can reassure you, you will be able to discuss this evening.
Thank you for this useful introduction. If there is no question, we shall now proceed with the examination of the first report. I would now give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee The reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the historic center of Vienna, Austria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a moment, let me. Okay. The historic center of Vienna is a very complex urban property with multiple layers of heritage values, overlapping attributes, stakeholders, and rights holders with sometimes conflicting interests. The property was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in 2001. 1 year after this inscription, the committee expressed concern over a complex of high-rise buildings in the Wien Mitte project being built on the immediate periphery of the property. After several missions and discussions, the project was amended, and the World Heritage Committee decided to call for an international conference on the subject of World Heritage and Contemporary Architecture, which was held in May 2005 in Vienna under the patronage of UNESCO and attended by more than 600 experts and professionals from 55 countries. This conference issued a document called Vienna Memorandum, which contained the main principle that will lead to the development of the historic urban landscape approach adopted by UNESCO General Conference in 2011. Since its inscription on the list, the issue of the effective control of high-rise building projects within the property, within its buffer zone and wider setting, seems to have represented a major challenge for the conservation of the property's use. It was also the case everywhere in the world, and we started having high-rise buildings in and around historic centers inscribed on the list. Unfortunately, that is still the case now. In 2017, the committee decided to inscribe the Vienna on the list in danger because the city's master plan permits the construction of buildings of a scale that would have an adverse impact on the urban form. Now, what we can read in the report of the March 2024 Joint Mission and the present draft decision is that progress made in implementing the adaptive corrective measures required to achieve the desired state of conservation has been achieved. There has been a lot of progress. Not final, but a lot of progress. We hope that the progress made will allow to remove the property from the list in danger in the near future, but we hope also that this issue of high-rise building everywhere that we are meeting in diverse cities, in a lot of cities, inscribed on the list, be again raised and discussed, and that the experience of Vienna be a good experience for other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Berta de San Cristobal, Chief of the Europe and North America Unit of the World Heritage Center and ECOMOS, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The World Heritage Center concurs that the circumstances of the historic center of Vienna warrant close attention from the World Heritage Committee as the state party makes progress with the agreed corrective measures and the trajectory towards the desired state of conservation or removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. In response to the comments on high-rise projects, the World Heritage Center notes that the Viennese Building Code has been amended. The state party is in the process of amending the Federal Monument Protection Act and developing a new urban development strategy for Vienna, known as STEP 2035, which will include provisions for the protection of World Heritage. As the distinguished delegate of Lebanon recalled, in the course of the years since the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List in 2001, the committee has, in its previous sessions, reviewed, proposed, and implemented high-rise building projects. The Heuermark New project, which is also referred to as Vienna Ice Skating Club or Intercontinental Hotel, was reviewed by the committee at its 37th session in 2013
and in 2017 became one of the main reasons for the committee's decision to inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. The Joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM advisory mission was requested by the state party earlier this year to advise, in a spirit of cooperation, on the possibilities of defining acceptable thresholds for the design review options of the Hoya Map project, and on the status of implementation of the corrective measures for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. The mission report presents the state party with 4 different options, and the version of April 2024 could therefore not be informed by the mission report. The advisory mission and the state of conservation report before the committee consider a number of other existing and planned projects in and around the property. A number of new projects proposed for highly sensitive locations within the property have not yet been notified to the World Heritage Center in accordance with paragraph 122 of the operational guidelines, nor have they yet been subject to a heritage impact assessment in accordance with paragraph 118b of the operational guidelines, indicating that the management system is not yet functioning in a manner that guarantees the safeguarding of the outstanding universal value of the property. In summary, the concerns expressed by Lebanon about the potential impact of high-rise development on the property are shared by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. And these issues are being addressed by the state party through the corrective measures process, with the benefit of the advice from the Joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM advisory mission earlier this year. With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, my colleague from ICOMOS would like to briefly report on the mission finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS also acknowledges the progress made by the state party in implementing the corrective measures required for the property to meet the adopted desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage in danger. Monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of the management plan is one of the conditions previously adopted by the committee as a corrective measure, and it would be helpful to recall in the committee's decision to guide the state party towards removal of the property from the list in danger. The 2024 advisory mission considered a revised proposal for the Hooimaark New project, which consists of 3 building components, and has advised that benefits of the project should be realised without eroding the OUV of the property, highlighting that its high-rise elements remain problematic. To assist the state party, the advisory mission provided 4 different options and identified the relative preference among these options to help the state party further refine the scheme to respect the authenticity and integrity of the property. The advisory mission also made recommendations regarding the maximum height of the future hotel building and the residential building. These recommendations are consistent with the committee's decisions since 2013. The April 24 scheme does not yet align with the advisory mission advice. The advisory mission also advised that the chosen design should be subject to the same heritage impact assessment process as previous versions of the scheme, so that the relevant requirement in the DSOC-R can actually be achieved. This advice is embodied in the draft decision before the committee. At the invitation and request of the state party, the 2024 advisory mission has also assessed progress in the implementation of the corrective measures. The advisory mission observed that a number of corrective measures are yet to be fully completed. These include a final acceptable design for the Hooimaark New project, revision of the design of a proposed new hotel wing in the Schwarzenberg Garden, strong statutory protection for historic gardens, and ensuring that sound planning tools and legal provisions foster the safeguarding of the property. This would include effective processes for determining when heritage impact assessment is warranted. These and other corrective measures need to be fully completed. Only then, having given the state party sufficient time to address the recommendations of the mission sent only a few months ago, would it be appropriate to request a reactive monitoring mission, which would then assess whether the property has achieved the desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments from any committee member. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to recall how this site ended up on the list of World Heritage in Danger. It was the state party who alerted us about the danger which was faced by such a precious site. Since it was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger, the state party has demonstrated its absolute commitment to the OUV, which was assigned from the very outset to this site. Here, we've heard that this is not a punishment, being on the World Heritage List in danger, but rather it serves to help the state party to protect that property. We believe that we don't want to be sending the wrong message to member states. We seem to be saying that if you request your site to be inscribed on the list of heritage in danger, you'll be punished forever. Now, the proponent state party has achieved a great deal of achievements since it has been inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger. And I think it should serve as an example of how we should be reacting. We don't believe that it is time to tell the state party to address these issues all alone. They serve as an inspiring example of how to implement efforts. If there are several months left, then they should be used to look at the achievements here. We shouldn't be giving them any lectures about how they should be reacting here. We understand the objections submitted by the advisory bodies, but we would ask Austria to take charge of these efforts. And we need to show all member states that being on the World Heritage in Danger list is not a punishment. Thank you.
I think you have said it very well that being on the list of World Heritage in Danger is not a punishment. I thank you for saying that statement. Any other member states committee member would like to take the floor? Greece, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairperson. Very briefly, just to say that we follow the logic of the intervention of our colleague from Argentina, and we will develop our positions during the discussion and the debate on the draft resolution, on which we have already presented an amendment. Thank you.
Excuse me. Any other member state would like to take the floor? Yes, the Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea takes note of the efforts made by the state party, such as corrective measures and amendment of the Viennese Building Code. We also commend the state party for its continued effort regarding the Hoimak-Noi project and welcome the request of the state party for the reactive monitoring mission. Especially in the Para 8, we can see their commitment to achieving DSOCR on the basis of heritage impact assessment. We encourage the state party continue its dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory body with a view to achieving DSOCR, including further improvement and implementation of the management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to Mexico, followed by Japan.
Thank you very much, Chair. We agree with some of the concerns expressed by the distinguished representative of Lebanon, who is greatly respected. He recalled the Memorandum of Vienna. In 2005, the site ended up on the list of Heritage in Danger. I believe it was due to a train station related matter. Since then, the state party has always complied with the recommendations of the committee and ensured the correct implementation of the convention. And clearly, we can see, as Korea and Argentina have mentioned, that they are working to address the recommendation on the HUL from 2011 as well. The study recommended by ICMOS is a good idea, but we can see the commitment of Austria when it comes to the correct implementation of the convention and the measures that have been implemented. We could perhaps support this state party, seeing as they are complying with all of the recommendations set out by the advisory bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Japan, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. We would like to commend the state party Austria for their tremendous efforts to protect the site, as well as to harmonize its conservation in complex situation of modern cities. Needless to say, this is a typical case of conservation and protection of historic urban landscape. We also thank the advisory bodies for their continuing efforts. As we all know, as just mentioned, meaning of endangered listing has been discussed repeatedly in every committee meeting. And we also understand that it should not be a kind of punishment, but rather it should be a tool to help state party concerned and all stakeholders. Concerning this important city, so many discussions have been carried out and important measures have been taken by relevant authorities. We welcome further efforts for this site and also welcome to discuss about a way out from the list of World Heritage in danger. We also think that along with this direction, a clear framework for dialogue between state parties and the advisory bodies is needed. Therefore, we support the proposed amendment by Greece, including suggested reactive monitoring mission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Qatar, followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The state of Qatar acknowledged the efforts and commendable progress made by the state party of Austria in preserving the historic center of Vienna. We have carefully listened to the statement by the advisory body and also appreciating the significant steps taken by the state party toward the implementation of the corrective measure required for achieving the desired state of conservation for the removal of property from the list of the World Heritage in danger. And we commend the effort of Austria and preserving the Heritage Center of Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Senegal, followed by SVG.
Merci.
Thank you. The state of Senegal wishes to support the amendment submitted by Greece. We believe that the country has made significant efforts in terms of development of the site, complying with the principles set out in the convention. In this vein, we believe that the state party has sufficiently demonstrated its resilience in the face of this context, and therefore the recommendations that have been set out by countries who've spoken before us could be followed up on as well, in order to ensure the removal from the World Heritage List in danger. We could encourage the country to continue to pursue its efforts in order to meet all of the recommendations as set out by the advisory bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
No. Having reviewed the documents associated with this heritage site, the following points need to be made. The state party implemented in part a series of corrective measures as were requested in an effort to remove the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. The state party, in conjunction with the World Heritage Center and the advisory mission, have examined the management systems for the site, and
I'll
we can
interrupt
expect
you.
to receive
May I
the ver-
interrupt you? There is a point of order by Greece. Yeah, but then don't do this. All right. Sorry. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. The state party, in conjunction with the World Heritage Center and the advisory mission, have examined the management systems for the site, and we can expect to receive the version of the improved plans in short order. Similarly, the state party is to submit the heritage impact assessment and design plans for the infrastructure development projects proposed for the site. Notwithstanding the efforts of the state party, there are additional infrastructure development, namely the underground visitor center and the extension to the metro system, for which more details are required by the advisory bodies for assessment. Accordingly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates the state party on its efforts and encourages it to continue the implementation of its work and its commitments. We look forward to the report next year. St. Vincent and the Grenadines therefore supports the amendments submitted by Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, esteemed colleagues. Speaking on behalf of the Republic of Kazakhstan, I would like to emphasize that we all understand the importance of preserving our historic center of Vienna and recognize the extensive effort being made to achieve this goal. The issue of preserving the historic center of Vienna has been raised for many years. Since 2013, the committee has repeatedly returned to this issue, and Austria has been tirelessly working of implementing corrective measures. These measures are both fundamental and practical, including amendments to Vienna Building Code, the expansion of roof cadastre, and upcoming changes to Federal Monument Protection Act. These initiatives demonstrate both Austria's serious commitment to preserving the outstanding universal value of the property and the practical expected effects. Austria voluntarily invited the advisory mission, which in itself reflects their seriousness and willingness to address the existing issues collaboratively. Kazakhstan also supports the importance of strengthening the role of site managers and establishing a monitoring and evaluation program. The effectiveness of the management plan should be demonstrated through regular monitoring and evaluation. Austria is one of the 3 state parties to the World Heritage Convention that have a national ICOMOS monitoring system of the World Heritage properties. The national ICOMOS commissions at least 2 experts for each property who regularly monitor the sites and report to the managers about their state of conservation. Additionally, they support the managers by providing advices on any issues related to World Heritage. Vienna incorporated this ICOMOS monitoring systematically into its management system at the end of 2021 after a new management plan was adopted. All these changes are effective evidence of effective work of preserving the historic center of Vienna. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Greece. I see your nameplate. This is the second time you're taking the floor. You have it, sir.
Yes, sir. Just a procedural question. As I said in my previous intervention, we are going to present the reasoning of our amendments when the debate on the draft decision will start. Since I see and I welcome many colleagues supporting our amendments, we were wondering when is the right moment to present our reasoning and our amendments, because many delegates and who we thank a lot, they have expressed their support for our amendments without us having the possibility to present them. So it's a more procedural question that I'm addressing to to the presidency. Thank you.
There are no more questions. You can give your justification now as advised by the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. So, as I said, we would like briefly present before the members of the committee the reasoning for the proposed amendments to this draft decision, which our delegation suggests after having examined thoroughly the relevant documents. Colleagues, the Historic Center of Vienna, as it is known, has been included in the list of World Heritage in danger since 2017. Meanwhile, significant efforts have been made by the State Party in implementing a number of corrective measures. This has already been acknowledged by the World Heritage Committee in its decisions since 2018, and in particular in its previous decision adopted in 2023 in Riyadh. We do believe that all this has to be reflected in the draft decision to enable the committee to decide accordingly. In particular, concerning the management plan, we understand that it has been examined and approved during the last committee session. Therefore, we propose the amendment on paras 4 and 5, as it will be soon seen in the screen. Para 5, in its current version, should be interpreted the same in the sense that the completion of the corrective measures is only possible after a time frame of 5 years, a perspective that would exclude the possibility of removing the property from the endangered list until 2028. Therefore, we proposed the slight changes in the wording of para 5. We have additional wording as far as paras 7 and 8 are concerned. The advisory mission report on 2024 came to the conclusion that significant progress has been made in revising the design of the Hetman Neuf project, and that the mission assesses that this corrective measure is nearing its achievement. We understand that the project in question has been continuously revised by the State Party in a costly and complex process as a result of the committee's decisions and a series of accompanying heritage impact assessment, and in close dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. The wording of that decision, however, gives the impression that no progress at all has been made. Therefore, we propose the amend paras 7 and 8 accordingly. However, before we take any final decision regarding this very complex and technical issue, it would be advisable to ask the State Party to give us some further clarifications concerning the revised design of the Hellman new project, especially in the light of the recent, and I would say the very recent, advisory mission. In conclusion, the proposed amendments aim at highlighting the combined efforts made so far by the World Heritage Center and the advisory body, and of course, by the State Party since 2017, in a very systematic way and according to the operational guidelines for the adoption of the necessary corrective measures. In this context, we consider appropriate that the property is given a perspective for removal from the list of the World Heritage in danger within a reasonable time frame and on the basis of the outcome of the reactive monitoring mission proposed in a new paragraph 12. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the rationale, Greece. As per the scenario made by the Secretariat for the Chair, usually we give the floor to the presenter of the amendment, and it was mentioned here that we gave the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open. So the one who gives a request to open, they are given the floor first. Then, and they give their rationale with Lebanon did. Thereafter, we call the experts, and the experts give their views, which was also done. After the expert has given their views, we open the floor and ask for comments by member states. Now, what comments member states make, the chair has no control on it. They made comments on the Greek amendments even before the amendments were presented. It's up to the member states. But then, because the committee members started making comments on your amendment, suddenly you asked a question as to when will I be able to give a justification for my rationale, and the cooperative nature that the Secretariat has, they said, okay, give it to him now, which I did. But I feel that the right thing should be when I ask the rapporteur, is there an amendment? And then the rapporteur either says yes and no, and we open it, then one can say that, we would like to explain it. So it's okay if, we have given you the floor. You have made beautiful suggestions. It's all noted. So I will proceed now. Luis, you have taken the floor. We are already running 3 hours late. If we do not finish it, I will be forced to call you either early in the morning for 1 or 2 hours at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, or make you wait in the evening so that we meet our agenda timing. But you have the floor, sir.
To thank you for your flexibility, and I'm sure that you understand that we had to clarify the procedure where we are in. Thank you.
Thank you. And you are blameless. It's not your fault. Perfect. Thank you for your comments. Member states have made their comments. I will ask Ms. San Cristobal and ICOMOS to answer if there are any questions. But in case there are no questions and if you have already covered, then you can let it be. So, ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS will just answer quickly with respect to matters put by the honourable delegates for Argentina and Japan. In relation to the intervention from Argentina, ICOMOS would simply clarify that the advisory bodies have not been given directions other than when an advisory mission has been requested by the state party or a reactive monitoring mission has been requested by the committee. So the advice that is being provided is on request. There have been, in fact, 2 advisory missions, 2 reactive monitoring missions, and 4 technical reviews across the period. So with respect to the question and request from the honourable delegate for Japan about dialogue, there has been extensive dialogue since 2012. There continues to be such dialogue, but there is some confusion amongst some of the interventions between what's happening in the missions and what's happening in the technical reviews. And ICOMOS would simply advise that when the missions take place, that is when the general advice is being provided, and the advice that has been given to the state party since 2012 has been consistent. And from time to time, particularly with respect to the Heumark project, a specific proposal has been submitted by the state party to the World Heritage Centre, and when that occurs, the advisory body provides a technical review which relates to the specific project that has been submitted, and that is not in the form of more general advice. I hope that is helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no more questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-78.1 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Eh bien, Monsieur le Président, nous...
Mr. Chairman, we do have an amendment. I think if we can put it up on the screen, and having heard Greece, everything will be so much clearer. Let me maybe start with paragraph 4. The amendment suggests that we remove encourages the state party, then say instead request the state party to consider the recommendations as an essential working tool to ensure further improvement of the new management system and to guide the future revision of the management plan adopted by the World Heritage Committee at its extended 45th session, Riyadh 2023. And then the next paragraph also notes that the efficacy of the management plan has to be demonstrated in practice through regular monitoring. And then paragraph 7. We would strike out with a view to reducing by and replace it by by further reducing the negative impacts of the proposal of the OUV of property and the attributes that convey it. Let me just check if there's consistency between the language versions. Yes, thank you. Paragraph 8 considers the further revised design proposal for refinement of the Heumark Neu development should be informed by the 4 options proposed by the 2024 advisory mission in order to achieve the relevant DSOCA element, and urges the state party to submit detailed plans and designs on the basis of HI8, and that would replace the initial wording. And then the amendment includes a new paragraph 12, requests that the reactive monitoring mission take place soon after the submission of the detailed plans and designs of the Heumark Neu project. And I hope I'm not mispronouncing this too badly, in its version of April 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that the rapporteur has informed us about the amendment, at this point in time, we would have asked the presenter of the amendment to take the floor and explain the rationale, but they've already explained. But did I hear right that you wanted to give the floor to the observer state party, and a committee member can give request for the floor to be given? And because you had made that request, I will give the floor to the observer state party of Austria to make a comment for 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson, for giving us the floor, since this is the first time we are taking it. Let me congratulate you on a brilliant chairmanship and thank India for being such a generous and visionary host. I would pass over to my colleague, our National Heritage Coordinator, to go into the details.
Thank you so much. Concerning the amendment, prepare a
Von daher.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Distinguished members of the committee and dear colleagues of the advisory bodies, we're very grateful for the advice you put forward by this comprehensive mission report that we certainly will consider an important additional working tool to further achieve the completion of our really comprehensive set of corrective measures. However, there remains a concern about Para 8 because we're not sure how apodictic the proposal to choose out of the options put forward by the mission report concerning the Heumark Neu project is considered. If this would be mandatory to complete our related corrective measures, I'm very much afraid this would set back the whole process to start, as these proposals actually, well, I cannot say it more friendly than ignore the process carried out since 2021. That led to a project in 2023 that was considered a progress by the World Heritage Committee. And so I feel a bit lost with this recommendations by the mission report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will be going to the draft decisions. Those committee members that have expressed support for the draft decision, we would request you to put your nameplates up so the rapporteur could note it down. Those who want to support this draft amendment by Greece, we request you to put your nameplates up and let them remain up till the time the rapporteur, I'll give the floor to the rapporteur to take a call and name them. Okay, Mr. Rapporteur, will you please note down as per your request, note down the names of the countries and then they will put their nameplates down.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard that the following support the amendment: Qatar, Republic of Korea, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Italy, Japan, Senegal, Zambia, Kazakhstan, Mexico, India, Argentina, St. Vincent. I've said that once already. I think that's it.
Have you noted Zambia and Senegal? Okay. We will go to the draft decisions. Point 1 and 1 to 3, there is no change. Are there any objections to point 1 to 3 being adopted? I see no objection. It is adopted, but I'm not hitting at the hammer yet. We go to point number 4, which is the amendment. Are there any objections to point number 4 as amended before we adopt it? Okay, I see no objections. We go to the next point. I see St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor.
Could we be referred to as St. Vincent and the Grenadines and not SVG?
We don't use.
Can we be referred to as St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Are there any objections to the para 5? Any comments? I see none. Go to para 6. Sorry, I see Japan has raised their plate. You have the floor.
Yeah, do you, okay. Like we have yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
I see Lebanon had raised their plate and Kazakhstan. So point number 6, Lebanon wants to speak to. So I'll now give the floor to Kazakhstan and then Lebanon.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Our country also was not mentioned there, as well as Japan before. Thank you.
I request the rapporteur to kindly mention the two countries, Lebanon. You want to discuss on point 6?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our problem is basically a problem of interpretation. I mean, in English, when we say design, the design of the project, and when in French it becomes la conception, it doesn't work always in every place. When you say la conception actuelle de la construction d'une nouvelle aile, it's so complicated. Maybe le projet, l'actuel projet de construction d'une nouvelle aile. Replacing design by projet, in this case, in the case of architecture, for us seems much clearer. Because it becomes a little bit complicated in French when you have la conception actuelle de la construction d'une nouvelle aile. Wow. And it's the same, I think, in the 7 and in the others.
Thank you, Lebanon. I request the editors to make the French editors to incorporate those changes in the translation, in the French translation accordingly. Turkey, I see you have raised your plate. You have the floor.
King. Oh, it's working now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Turkey would like to also support paragraphs 4 and 5 as proposed by Greece.
Please add Turkey's name as well. The spelling of Turkey is not doesn't seem right in English. Para 4, please correct the name of Turkey. We go to para 6. Are there any objections to para 6? I see none. We go to para 7. Are there any objections to para 7? I see none. We go to para 8. Are there any objections to para 8? Argentina, I see you have lifted your plate. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We share the concern of the state of Austria on what is the meaning of this paragraph and what will happen in the future. We want to make it very clear that the site will be removed from the in danger list independently or regardless of the outcome of this mission, which will be a success. We need to make it clear what the mandate of the advisory bodies is, and we want to ensure that the decision will serve to encourage the proponent state party to end up with this site removed from the list. Thank you.
Lebanon, you have the floor.
Oui, excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président. My apologies, sir. Again, an issue of language. It says in French, the equivalent of considers the further revised design proposal for refinement of the Heumarkt development. The versions don't match. What does the further revised design proposal mean? Well, that we've got a project that's been amended that refers to the upcoming proposal development of Heumarkt Neu, and that should be based on the 4 options. I'm afraid the French doesn't really make sense.
I request the editors to kindly, in the French version, try to capture to the best of your abilities. Are there any further comments or objections to para 8? I see none. We go to para 9. Okay. The Secretariat has requested the floor, so I will give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, ICOMOS might respond on behalf of the Secretariat and ICOMOS just to respond to the intervention from the Honourable Delegate from Argentina and the concerns raised by the State Party of Austria. The critical difference that has occurred in the amendment for paragraph 8 is to change from a requirement of compliance with one of the 4 options to being informed by one of the 4 options. In other words, this does not say you must pick one of them, but you must be informed in revising the design. In fact, the test will be very clear. The test is already set out explicitly in the corrective measures and desired state of conservation already adopted by the committee, and that requires that when the revised design has been prepared, it undergo a heritage impact assessment and be found not to have a substantive adverse impact on the OUV of the property, which is indeed exactly what should be the objective in relation to conserving its outstanding universal value. So I hope that assists both the State Party of Argentina and Austria. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We go to para 9. Are there any objections to para 9? I see none. We go to para 10. I see no comments, no nameplates raised. We go to para 11. We go to para 12. Are there any objections or views to para 12? I see none. We go to para 13. I see no objections. We go to para 14. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 14?
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Chairman, may I? I think there might be, and the microphone has gone gone off. Maintenir le centre. The word le is missing in French in paragraph 14. Maintenir le centre.
Thank you, Senegal. Are there any further views? Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to propose remove the Historic Centre of Vienna from the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you.
I will give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I maybe just say some ideas and some feelings here? The Greek amendment, and we've heard it explained, and we've heard what the various members of the committee have said. The Greek amendment, as I was saying, requests a reactive mission, monitoring mission, be sent on the ground and work in Vienna with the Viennese authorities on the finalization and reworking of the design, the architectural design, which was one of the things that led it to be, or led the property to be included in the list of heritage in danger. Now, I do understand what Argentina is saying, but it does rather sound as though the committee would be speaking against itself insofar as on the one hand it requests a reactive monitoring mission to finalize the work and make sure that the property can be removed from the list in danger next year, and at the same time request that it be removed in paragraph 14, even though the reactive monitoring mission has not been sent to Vienna yet. So there may be a bit of a contradiction in terms and a contradiction with the paragraphs that have been adopted so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lazar. The State Party of Argentina, would you like to make any comment on para 12? Because it is the para 12 that is contradicting your request to remove. So would you like to make a comment? You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the only comment we have is that you should use this case as an example. The amendment proposal is just to highlight that. We know that the mission is important, but we also know that this state party has been leading by example for several years now in terms of addressing issues, and so we need to send a clear message to other member states here. We can withdraw our amendment proposal. However, we want to make it clear that we expect that very soon it will be removed from the list of heritage and danger because it's an example for all of us. We know that the mission will be successful. We can already predict its outcome, which will be positive. So here we want to show that Austria is doing things properly and that we should all be following its example. Thank you, Chair.
Your request for removal has been noted. The Argentinian amendment be removed. Lebanon, I saw your plate go up again. This is the third time you're taking the floor. You have it, sir.
Thank you, Chair. No, it was just a comment on the previous Argentina proposal. Now that the Argentina proposal is removed, I have no comment.
Yes, the Argentina's proposal for removing Austria from the list of, well, the particular city has been removed by Argentina itself. So the proposal does not stand as of now. Is para 14 okay? I see no further objections. Can we see the entire decision as a whole for adoption? Is there any objection for this decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.7a.1 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Okay, Austria, we gave you the floor before, but you've raised your plate for the second time. You have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson. We would like to extend our thanks to the members of the committee, specifically the Greek delegation and all supporters. Thank you so much. We also thank ICOMOS for the important clarification regarding paragraph 8 and the meaning of the word informs. We will carefully study the final decision, consult with our authorities, and come back to you with a comprehensive state of conservation report in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a request by a civil society, an NGO, World Heritage Watch. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate you hosting the committee meeting and would like to express our gratefulness for the organizing staff for their warm welcome. We meet everywhere. I will read a statement on behalf of the Initiative for the Protection of Vienna's Cityscape. I quote, "The Initiative for the Protection of Vienna's Cityscape doesn't see why we should make a statement on the historic center of Vienna after the decision about it has been adopted." End of statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We now proceed. We now proceed for cultural properties located in Europe and North America. I now give the floor to the delegation of Argentina to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the World Heritage Medieval Monuments in Kosovo, Serbia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to submit an amendment to the draft decision. We wish to clarify a situation which is being negotiated between stakeholders in Brussels, not in UNESCO. We do not wish to politicize the outcomes of these discussions, so we wish to propose an amendment to the draft decision which is being discussed under this item because there's currently a discussion between Belgrade and Pristina in Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments. I see none. Let's proceed then. This agenda item okay. This agenda item is therefore adjourned to our next ordinary session, and I will kindly ask our rapporteur to ensure that this is captured in the report of decisions. Thank you very much. Argentina.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Can we submit the amendment or do we have to wait until the 29th to do that? It has been sent to the Secretariat in writing, the amendment that we want to submit, and we'd like to know whether we can propose it now or whether we have to wait until the 29th. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Director of WHC to respond to that specific question asked. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the decision has just been adopted. And I mean, if you would like us to authorize, I'll give the floor to the rapporteur to reassure the distinguished delegate of Argentina.
He has asked a very specific question, and you would like the rapporteur to respond to that. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. And Director of the Centre. Indeed, I shall in that case present the amendment we've received for this item from Argentina, which suggests as a draft decision the World Heritage Centre decides to adjourn the debate on this item of the agenda until its next ordinary session.
Thank you. As per the scenario presented in front of me by the Secretariat, this agenda item is therefore adjourned, which I had already mentioned, to our next ordinary session, and I will kindly ask the rapporteur to ensure that it is captured in the report of the decisions. Thank you very much. Maybe proceed. Maybe proceed. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Elendo Osomo read the list of the properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, WHC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Uh, the following site is proposed for not for discussion is Rosia Fontana Mining Landscape, Romania.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee members on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without action. I see none. Let us proceed then. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello San Lorenzo, Panama. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I took the floor for the fifth time today, but maybe it's the nostalgia of the good old times when the committee sessions used to stay till midnight. Anyway, the property is a serial property comprising two components, the Portobello fortification and the castle of San Lorenzo, and it was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1980 and a list in danger in 2012. Based on the SOC presented by State Party in January 2024, it appears that also although progress was achieved in order to implement corrective measures, I quote, the current factors affecting the property have not changed significantly since its inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger. Unquote. So the SOC says that there have been progress, but the property have not changed significantly, the factors affecting the property. When the committee will discuss later on item 46.8, we will examine a new nomination, namely the Colonial Trans-Isthmian Route, which is a two-stage serial nomination, including in its first stage the Castle of San Lorenzo, and second phase the Portobello fortification. We would like thus to ask both the State Party and ICOMOS, what is the rationale behind including components that are in danger as part of a new nomination? Wouldn't this constitute a risk of threatening from the start the integrity of the new nomination? We would like to have comments from the State Party and ICOMOS. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebanon. I now invite Ms. Rochelle Roca, Program Specialist at the Latin America and the Caribbean Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello San Lorenzo World Heritage Property, was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger in Decision 36, Set B 102 in 2012, in view of accelerated degradation of the historic fabric combined with a deficient protection and management system. The questions raised by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon provide the opportunity to recall the history of the committee's evaluation of the state of conservation of this property. The questions raised are also linked, as was said, to the extended process that precedes the submission of the first phase of the nomination of the Transisthmian colonial route, which will be discussed under item 8B during the session of the committee. The committee in decision 37-7B100 raised the prospect of deleting the archaeological site of Panama Viejo and Historic District of Panama World Heritage Property from the World Heritage List at its 39th session in 2013, but did not inscribe it on the list of World Heritage in danger, pending a reactive monitoring mission to the property. The subsequent 2013 joint World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, high-level reactive monitoring mission recommended 3 options for a major boundary modification, and the State Party of Panama has chosen the 3rd option, which was a phased proposal in which an overall new vision is included regarding components of the property as parts of a broader territorial system related to the interoceanic and intercontinental commerce over 5 centuries. This option would require a renomination for different values and a revised state of outstanding universal value. The first phase of this new nomination now includes the San Lorenzo component of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo. Just one other important point to raise for this property. The construction of a visitors center in the setting of the San Lorenzo component of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo, World Heritage Property. The State Party first signaled plans to design this project in its State of Conservation report in 2018. In its decision 44-7A36 of 2021, the committee requested the State Party to consider potential impacts of the project and to ensure that it is in full coherence with the outstanding universal value of the property. In its decision 45-8C.2 in 2023, the committee requested that a heritage impact assessment be carried out as soon as possible, and the results submitted to the World Heritage Center for review by the advisory bodies. To date, the State Party has not responded adequately to these requests for the heritage impact assessment, and the visitor center is now complete. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rochelle Roca. But ECOMOS, would you like to add something to that? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. In response to the question posed by the distinguished delegate from Lebanon, ICOMOS can provide the following clarification. Regarding the inclusion of components of this dangerous property in a new nomination, ICOMOS, including in its panel, has reflected on the interlinkages of this existing property on the list of World Heritage in Danger and the inclusion of the Castle of San Lorenzo component in a nomination of a new property. But because the OUV of the existing serial World Heritage property and that of the proposed nomination are different, there is a limited overlap in key attributes. And because the new nomination, which involves historical trade routes, has a territorial approach, the architectural attributes of, for instance, the Castle of San Lorenzo, would make a different contribution to the potential OUV of the proposed new property. If and when inscribed, then they do to the OUV of the fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo World Heritage Property. The state of conservation of the Portobello component of this dangerous property is described in the state of conservation report before you. The physical state of conservation of this component, which is included in the first phase nomination to be discussed under item 8B, has been improved through recent conservation work. Of course, improving the protection and management system of the entire Portobello San Lorenzo World Heritage property and its individual components remains one of the priorities to achieve the desired state of conservation for removal from the list of World Heritage in Danger for this property. An appropriate management system would necessarily include an appropriate management plan and legal requirements for impact assessments, among others. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. Lebanon, I had seen you raise your plate, but it's no longer raised. Are there any member states who would like to make any comments? I see none. Let us proceed then. Thank you. Thank you. I see no more questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.7a.v.a concerning this property, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons
Thank you, Chair. We have not received any amendments under this item.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments by any state party? I see none. Can we have the decision on the screen? We have it. There are no amendments. Can we scroll the decision? As there are no amendments and no further comments, I see no comments. I therefore declare the draft decision 46.7a.8 adopted. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the first time we're taking the floor, and in doing so, we wish to thank India for their hospitality, and we also congratulate the organisers of this session of the World Heritage Committee. As regards the property C 135, fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello, San Lorenzo, being on the World Heritage and Danger List since 2012, we are delighted to state that we have funds available now to meet the recommendations of the DSOCR. We have a loan from the IADB for a total of $40 million, which has been under execution since 2022. We have implemented 22% of these funds, particularly in the Fort of San Lorenzo component. Up until 2026, there are 4 projects planned for a total of $20.4 million in order to address the issues related to the component of Portobello. Panama accepts the decision of the committee and will fulfill the recommendations. We also wish to state that the visitor center is not located in a site in the close vicinity of San Lorenzo. It is outside of the visual area of the site. We also wish to say that as part of the first phase of the inscription of the colonial Trans-Siberian route of Panama, the San Lorenzo component, well, we have achieved significant progress in its conservation. We see no contradiction between the new nomination and the presence of this component on the endangered list. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dear colleagues, I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Coro and its port, Venezuela, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chair. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1993 It was also inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 2005, mainly due to the following threats: considerable decay of material and structures, lack of comprehensive conservation and maintenance, flooding, deterioration of architectural and urban coherence, lack of adequate and efficient management, etc. The present draft decision recognizes, quote, I quote, the implementation of the conservation measures carried out following an inclusive approach, the completion of a comprehensive management plan as well as regulatory measures for the proposed buffer zone, the development of a strategy and action plan to address building reuse, as well as strategy for the regulation of the vehicle circulation in historic city center, unquote. Numerous comprehensive and inclusive restoration, rehabilitation, and stabilization measures were also carried out in favor of the traditional buildings damaged by the rains, and important drainage measures were implemented also. Given the progress accomplished and as shown in the draft decision, the committee may ask the state party to invite a joint mission in order to evaluate the real progress done in view of the possible removal of the property from the list in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Mauro Rossi, Chief of the Latin America and the Caribbean Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ECOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. The World Heritage Center wishes to thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon for his comments and the amendment proposed. We appreciate how relevant this is. The mission which is proposed by Lebanon will indeed now enable us to assess the situation on the ground and also to identify factors impacting the site as well as progress achieved in order to address these factors as contained in document 46-7A/10. Chair, I believe that ECOMOS may wish to make some comments on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. ECOMOS concurs that the state party has made progress regarding the implementation of the agreed to corrective measures that need to be implemented to achieve the desired state of conservation for removal of this property from the list of world in danger. The information, as the Centre has noted, at the disposal to us at this point in time is not very complete. What we can assess is that while progress has been made on addressing some factors affecting this property, some important measures still remain to be implemented. The most significant of these are undertaking a spatial analysis for the property and implementing a functioning and permanent comprehensive drainage system for the property to address vulnerability to flooding. This factor, based on the information before us, is not yet addressed sufficiently. Also, the information provided does not allow for the assessment of whether the legal framework requires further harmonizing.
Sorry to interrupt you. Lebanon, can you please switch off your microphone?
Oh, I'm really sorry.
Yeah. And your name, please? ECOMOS, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be short. As I said, the information does not allow for the assessment of whether the legal framework requires further harmonizing amongst others. The last reactive monitoring mission to the property took place in 2011. Since then, the state party has hosted 2 advisory missions, one in 2015 and one in 2018. In this context, a reactive monitoring mission would be able to gather information, assess the factors affecting the property, and provide guidance on further addressing those that have not yet been addressed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments before I go to the rapporteur. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to ECOMOS. Are you saying that it is the right moment to have the mission, or that we still need to have the clarification on the 2 factors, the points that are still open from the state party?
Any other member state party would like to ask a question to the rapporteur? Oh, sorry, to ECOMOS? Okay, ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Chair, thank you very much. And in response to the Honourable Delegate from Belgium, the purpose of such a reactive monitoring mission would be what reactive monitoring missions do, and that is bring information to the committee to base its decisions on, as the information sources we have at our disposal at this point are not fully complete.
Thank you. ECOMOS, I see no other comments, no request to take the floor. Let us proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-78.10 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, as has been mentioned by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon, we have received an amendment from Lebanon on the site of Oro and its port. The amendment proposes to add a paragraph 10, requests furthermore the state party to invite a joint World Heritage Centre ECOMOS ICROM reactive monitoring mission. And perhaps we could have clarifications on the rest of this sentence to assess achievements in addressing the factors affecting the property. Next paragraph, we have a slight amendment together with a clear time frame in view of the removal instead of for the removal, together with a clear time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Now that the amendment has been introduced, are there any comments? Can we go to the paras which have not been amended and slowly scroll down rather? Are there any objections to para 1 to 9 being adopted? I see none. We now go to the para 10, the amendment. Request furthermore the state party to invite a joint World Heritage Center ECOMOS ICROM reactive monitoring mission to assess achievements in addressing the factors affecting the property. Are there any amendments to the Lebanese amendment? Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We simply support this idea to having a monitoring mission. We are not saying the dialogue has not been happened, but this decision will, a kind of committee's decision can promote more formal way of the dialogue in order to make things happen before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please add Japan's name to the amendment. Are there any further comments before we move? The rapporteur has asked for the floor. You have it.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. In order to align both versions, I would suggest that we slightly amend the French version.
Entre le centre du
Reactive monitoring missions between its joint World Heritage Centre, ICROMOS ICROM, is correct in the English version, but it's not the same translation in Spanish.
Thank you. Are there any further suggestions for para 10? I see none. Para 11, are there any objections to para 11? I see none. Para 12. Are there any objections to para 12? I see none. Can we just scroll the entire decision? Scroll down. Are there any objections to this decision being adopted as a whole? As amended, I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.78.10 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon. We wish to thank you, as this is the first time we're taking the floor, for the excellent organization of this event. We thank the government of India through the esteemed chair of the World Heritage Committee, and in particular, Ambassador Chan. We wish to highlight that the state of Venezuela has continued to take efforts to improve the preservation of Coro and its port in order to ensure its future removal from the endangered list. This is why the National Cooperation Committee, the Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, with the Cultural Heritage Committee of Venezuela, carried out an inspection and evaluation mission between the 27th and the 30th of March 2023 in the area, which enabled us to have additional information on the situation of the heritage on the site. In order to request funds from the World Heritage Emergency Fund of UNESCO in order to ensure the recovery of the property, this has been informally approved via the Cooperation Committee with UNESCO. However, to date, the transfer of the funds has not actually taken place. We understand that they are currently being held in the Havana office to then be redirected towards our country. We also take note that a significant increase in the income for, or the resources for drainage system, including other activities which we are committed to in Coro and its port are taking place in order to ensure its protection and preservation for future generations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comments. I now invite the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Ilindo Osomo, to read out the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following list of properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are City of Potosi, Bolivia, Plurinational State, Chanchan Archaeological Zone, Peru. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decision read out adopted. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite Mr. Ilindo Osomo to read out the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Africa region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following list of properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Old Towns of Djenné, Mali, Timbuktu, Mali, Tombs of Askia, Mali. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I shall declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now would like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Rashid Karami International Fair, Tripoli, Lebanon. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The property was inscribed at the same time on the World Heritage List and the list in danger 1 year and a half ago, January 2023. The Ministry of Culture Director General of Antiquities would like to present to the committee latest information about the property. A joint mission World Heritage Center and ICOMOS visited Lebanon in June. The mission visited the site and met with Lebanese officials, the Director General of Antiquities, Tripoli and MENA municipalities, as well as concerned heritage experts and other civil society representatives. The state of conservation of concrete structures and the necessary stabilization measures were discussed, as well as the next steps for the definition of final buffer zone for the property. A capacity building workshop on impact assessments in a World Heritage context is planned for November 2024, as well as another workshop on conservation of concrete structures for spring 2025. The Property Conservation Management Plan has been completed last month, and a public presentation of this conservation management plan was organized as a property on June 24 with the participation of all concerned authorities and civil society representatives. The CMP will be sent to the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies once it is officially approved. The Knowledge and Innovation Center project is abandoned, and any future project will be subject to a heritage impact assessment and sent to the World Heritage Center for review as clearly stated in Lebanese law number 274 concerning the reorganization of Rashid Karami International Fair. Finally, a side event is being organized on modern heritage in the Arab region with the Rashid Karami International Fair as a case study on July 25 between 1 and 3 p.m. You are all invited to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Member states would have noticed that Lebanon has its own SOC reports to be open. There could be questions raised. One question was raised to me: can a state party open its own SOC report? There is nothing in the rules of procedure, as I have been informed by the Secretariat, that stops a state party from opening its own SOC report. However, I have been informed by the Secretariat that when the examination is going on, that particular committee member may not take the floor. Some other committee member, if they have specific questions, then they can pose to the party that is directly impacted by this, and then they may take the floor to respond. And this is Rule 22.6 of the Rules of Procedure, which states state parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed. So they will not be able to speak when the examination is going on, but the Secretariat informs me that there is no restrictions for them for presenting their own properties for opening or for amending. I now invite Ms. May Shaher, Chief of the Arab States Unit of the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would first like to thank the State Party for providing this updated information. The property was indeed inscribed in 2023 on the list of World Heritage Endangered, following the request of the State Party itself. This prompted its close monitoring and bringing attention to the serious conservation issues it faces. The joint World Heritage Center ICOMOS reactive monitoring mission was undertaken in June this year to assess the overall state of conservation of the property and advise regarding the development of the desired state of conservation for its removal from the list of World Heritage Endangered with a related corrective measure. UNESCO is very much working closely with the State Party, and as mentioned, an HIA a capacity building workshop on heritage impact assessment will indeed be organized soon. The mission report is currently under preparation, and recommendations will be provided in due course. All this information provided will feed into the mission report and the related recommendations. I'll now give the floor to ICOMOS for further input. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, World Heritage Centre. Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, ICOMOS would like to confirm the participation in what was a very successful reactive monitoring mission to this danger-listed property in Lebanon. We would like to also confirm that we had an excellent collaboration with the State Party. We look forward to further consultation and exchange, also in the form of submission of HOAs and other material. And the actions undertaken by the State Party to date will contribute to the achieving of a state of conservation for the property, its longer-term protection and management, its beneficial use, and eventually the removal from the property of the list of World Heritage in Danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments from member states before we go to the rapporteur. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.7a.19 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement.
We have not received any amendments on this item, sir.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Can we scroll up the draft decision? Are there any comments or objections for this draft decision to be adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.7a.19 adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the floor. Brazil would like to register its support for the Secretariat's initiatives in relation to the Tripoli International Fair. The close collaboration between Oscar Niemeyer, the project's architect, and Lebanese engineers has given reason to a remarkable example of exchange between different continents, which is why we are following the development of the consultative mission with interest. We are convinced that the work plan to be presented by the evaluation body will open up a horizon of hard work, but also of hope for the removal of the site from the list of World Heritage in Danger. Brazil will maintain contact with the Lebanese authorities to explore ways of moving forward with regard to the conservation of the Rashid Karami International Fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I now invite Mr. Elendo Asomo to read the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Arab States region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Chairperson. The following properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Abu Mena, Egypt; Ashur, Kalat Shakat, Iraq; Hatra, Iraq; Samara Archaeological City, Iraq; Archaeological Site of Siren, Libya; Archaeological Site of Leptis Mania, Libya; Archaeological Site of Sabrata, Libya; Old Town of Kadames, Libya; Rock art sites of Tadrarakatus, Libya; Ancient City of Aleppo, Syrian Arab Republic; Ancient City of Basra, Syrian Arab Republic; Ancient City of Damascus, Syrian Arab Republic; Ancient Villages of Northern Syria, Syrian Arab Republic; Traque des Chevaliers and Talat Salah el-Din, Syrian Arab Republic; Site of Palmyra, Syrian Arab Republic; Historic town of Zabid, Yemen; Landmarks of the ancient kingdom of Saba, Marib, Yemen; Old city of Sana'a, Yemen; Old world city of Shibam, Yemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let us proceed then. I now invite Mr. Elendo Asomo to read the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Asia Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The following properties for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are cultural landscape and archaeological remains of the Bamiyan Valley, Afghanistan; minaret and archaeological remains of Jam, Afghanistan; Nan Madol Ceremonial Center of Eastern Micronesia, Historic Center of Shakrishap, Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see no state party. I would now give the floor to the NGO World Heritage Watch. You have the floor. World Heritage Watch, if you are not going to take the floor, we will proceed. Let us proceed then. I now invite Mr. Elendo Asamoah to read the list of the properties of the Europe and North America region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following property for which the report is proposed for adoption without discussion is Everglades National Park, United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decision read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about the property for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite Mr. Ilendo Osomo to read the list of the natural properties of the Latin America and the Caribbean region inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following two properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Rio Platano Biosphere Reserve, Honduras, islands and protected areas of the Gulf of California, Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decision read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about the property for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. I will now give the floor to the NGO Center for Biological Diversity. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My intervention is on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute, Center for Biological Diversity, Environmental Investigation Agency, and the Natural Resources Defense Council. We thank the committee for supporting the draft decision 46.
Microphone is being cut off. If the speaker could switch his microphone back on, please.
To retain the islands and protected areas of the Gulf of California in Mexico on the list of the World Heritage in Danger. The vaquita, the world's most endangered marine mammal, is facing extinction due to illegal gillnet fishing, primarily targeting totoaba fish. Vaquita numbers have plummeted from nearly 600 in 1997 to fewer than 10 in 2024. A recent survey found only 6 to 8 vaquita remaining, a further decline from a previous year. Despite the committee's directive at some progress in reducing illegal fishing within the zero tolerance area, enforcement remains insufficient. Illegal fishing persists both inside and outside the zero tolerance area, hindering the vaquita's recovery. Mexico's failures to enforce its fishing and wildlife trade laws is a direct threat to the vaquita's survival. The vaquita and the totoaba fish, both IUVs of this site, require decisive action. The committee's adoption of this decision sends a clear message to Mexico about the urgent need to halt illegal fishing and trafficking of totoaba sea bladders to save the vaquita from extinction. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Zambia to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the Lake Turkana National Parks, Kenya. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed members of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, I'm here to present the efforts and sorry, I think I've taken a wrong presentation.
We will pause on this decision, go to the next, and then come back, giving you time.
I think so.
Yes,
I think so.
to go through your laptop. I know the server are giving a lot of problems these days. Zambia, the Secretariat informs me that the next agenda item may take a long time, and that's why it is advisable to wait for you. So we'll wait for 1 minute. And if you don't have the presentation, you can say something because you're so articulate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I audible? Yeah, so on Lake Turkana, Mr. Chairman, we, as a state part of Zambia, there's no sound, but it's fine.
Chairperson can confirm that we can hear you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
I can hear you, but your voice is only available in the interpreter's earphones. It's not available in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sorry for that glitch. As the state party of Zambia, after having looked at the efforts that the state party of Kenya has put in place in terms of trying to address a number of issues, we are convinced that the state party has made a lot of efforts in terms of addressing most of the issues. And when you look at most of the paragraphs that are supposed to be amended, it is very clear that most of them are acceptable. That is amendments which need to be, that is appreciated by most of the members who are, seated in here. And on the DSOC, we appreciate the fact that, there's been a lot of that is efforts that have been made by the state party of Kenya in trying to make sure that, those issues are addressed accordingly. And we know that there could have been some, that is a mishap in terms of, some of the reports not having been considered by the advisory body. And we know that at this point, it may not be advisable to just punish the state party of Kenya on the basis of technical aspects which are from the side of the advisory board. And from this point of view, we plead with the committee to look into the possibility of appreciating what the state party of Kenya is. What we have observed in the amendments that we are trying to put across. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Guy Debonnet, Chief of the Natural Heritage Unit of the World Heritage Center and IUCN, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We welcome the recent discussions which took place at the workshop organized by the World Heritage Center in Nairobi in April 2024. At this workshop, progress was made in identifying the way forward in addressing the conservation challenges in this property. In particular, we appreciate the ongoing dialogue between the states parties of Kenya and Ethiopia to take joint actions in this respect. We further acknowledge that the state party submitted a new draft of the DSOC-R, which was developed in the framework of this workshop. In accordance with the procedures, this draft is currently being reviewed by IUCN and the World Heritage Center and could be finalized over the coming year and adopted at the next session. However, the World Heritage Center and IUCN point out that an adoption at this session without review by IUCN and the World Heritage Center would be premature, as the indicators of the proposed draft would need further refinement. We further note the states party's emphasis on the location of the Lapset corridor, which is planned to pass south of the lake to avoid the property. However, it is still important to recall that individual projects are still proposed in the wider setting of the property, including a tourism resort on the shores of Lake Turkana. The Center and IUCN therefore reiterate that the potential impact of any project should be assessed through individual impact assessments carried out in line with the guidance and toolkit for impacts assessment in a World Heritage context. Chair, IUCN also has some comments on this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN would like to add a further point just regarding the DSOCR points. The World Heritage Center and IUCN have recognized that there has recently been positive progress in revising the DSOCR for this property. As is outlined in the State of Conservation report, there have been several exchanges on the draft over the last 6 months, including through the aforementioned April 2024 workshop. Noting that this process has been ongoing over several years and specifically requires collaboration between the State Party and the State Party of Ethiopia, we recognize that the workshop, which occurred since the submission of the State Party report in March, has reflected positive and constructive transboundary collaboration in this regard. However, as has been outlined also by the World Heritage Center just now, the latest draft was submitted in April 2024 following the workshop, and this document needs to be fully considered by the World Heritage Center and IUCN as per standard processes before its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments before we go to the rapporteur. I see none. Let's proceed to Zambia and Rwanda. Zambia, you have the floor, to be followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of, being fair, would like to ask for, that is a comment from the state part of Kenya before maybe Rwanda can come on board. Thank you.
Can we present your amendment first, and then you can ask for the state party of Kenya to speak,
Okay.
or you want them to speak now? We are in your hand. Yeah, you can only give the floor to Kenya if you ask them a specific question. So once we open it once you go to the rapporteur, you can ask them.
Okay.
And yeah. Rwanda, you have the floor, to be followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Mr. President, Rwanda thanks the advisory body for the detailed analysis of the state of conservation report for Lake Turkana National Park or the heritage site. From what we understand, the state party has invested several efforts towards the development of the DSOCR and towards the conservation of wildlife and the other issues concerning the property. We are happy to hear that in a national wildlife census conducted in 2021, data collected in the general area of Marsabit County, where the Sibiloy National Park is located, and which points to seasonal migrations of wildlife, show an increased presence or movement of the common zebra, the northern topi, the Grevy's zebra, and the lion as a key species. The same census established the presence of almost 20,000 articulated giraffe individuals throughout the country. Beyond this being an implementation of the recommendation of the monitoring mission, we believe that it's a sign of the state party's commitment to preserving the OUV of the property for humanity, and hereby request and hereby therefore support the amendment to adopt the DSCOR to encourage the state party to implement the corrective measures in line with the indicators stated in the document as designed by the state party, the World Heritage Center, and the IUCN during the April 2024 meeting in Nairobi. Mr. President, we have one question for the IUCN. How many more reviews and amendments are required after 4 years of joint work to develop a base desired state of conservation report? I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for supporting the proposed amendment before the rapporteur has even presented it. I now give the floor to Senegal to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Senegal wishes to join in congratulating the advisory body for its report, which provides information on the efforts undertaken by the state party, which clearly address the issues facing the site. The main aspects relate to climate change, and it's difficult to control those aspects. The elements of the property regarding the diversity of fauna, growing population, the inventory carried out by the state party show an interesting dynamic. And this moves us to request that the committee support the state party for all of the efforts undertaken to protect the site and develop it in accordance with the principles of the convention. Therefore, we would also like to ask a question to the IUCN, which pertains to the document that is referred to, which has recently been updated by the state party on the development project for the site. We wish to have more information on this and also on the position of the IUCN, which is to say that it should be retained on the list. We believe that all of the efforts necessary should be taken to support the state party in ensuring that it reaches the desired state of conservation. We need to move towards a solution which would ensure the efforts are lasting and which encourages the state to further take into account the recommendations of the IUCN and the comments that result from this dialogue. We wish to encourage all stakeholders to support the state party's efforts to protect the site in order to ensure a positive outcome for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Japan, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Jefferson. We have a question about the proposed amendment. May I ask now or should I wait?
May I request that please permit the rapporteur to first present the amendment, which would then enable committee members to ask questions on the amendment. So, but because we have to say we are open for comments of member states to raise the plates, but once we open, that would be advisable. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of the Republic of Korea welcome and appreciate much efforts and achievements made by the state party Kenya for the implementation of the DSOCR. In particular, the transboundary cooperation between Kenya and neighboring country Ethiopia is very significant for the conservation of this natural property. Despite this great achievement, under the difficult situation, we note that the requests by the advisory body is very necessary for the removal from the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor. Before I give the floor to Belgium, Senegal, I see your nameplate raised. Would you want to make a second intervention or lower your nameplate? Okay, Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to give our sincere thanks and appreciation to the State Party of Kenya for the progress that has been made in the dossier. I really believe that we are moving in a good direction. However, we are a bit concerned about the DSOC-R and the standard procedure that should be followed in the case of adopting DSOC-R by the committee. So we would ask the committee, and that would be our position, that the DSOC-R would be revised by the center and by the advisory body before we are able to adopt it. Apart from that, we have some other comments, remarks on the amendments, but I suggest that we make those when we are going through the document itself. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further requests for interventions. Let's proceed then. I will ask Mr. Debonnet, IUCN, to answer your questions. Mr. Debonnet and IUCN, you have the floor.
I think the question was directed to IUCN, so I let IUCN respond.
But you are not the only member state that asked questions. There were other member states also who took the floor. So if there are certain questions, both of you can take the floor to answer, decide among yourselves, and respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you very much to each of the delegates who have asked these questions. So the questions are regarding the DSOC-R process and the finalization. So as I mentioned earlier, we've acknowledged the fact that there have been several exchanges on this DSOC-R process. Essentially, the DSOC-R needs to be reviewed, the final version. So the most recent version that has been provided, as was said earlier, was provided after the workshop in April 2024, which revised the document, and then needs to be reviewed. So we consider jointly as the World Heritage Center and IUCN that it would be important to have a document in DSOC-R that is agreed between all and that clearly ensures that there is a quantitative and clear approach to ensure that a DSOC-R is in place that will enable a clear process for the eventual removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger, and that we all support this process, and we remain available after this committee session also to continue this process specifically and to finalize the DSOC-R in preparation for its adoption at the next committee sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that there are no further questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.7a.51 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, we have received an amendment on the national parks of Lake Turkana, which was submitted by Zambia and supported by Rwanda and Senegal. In paragraph 3 of the decision, it proposes to replace establish by consider developing an operational plan. Paragraph 4 notes with appreciation the submission of an updated DSOC-R. Paragraph 5 proposes to delete the first part until its request, so reiterates its request to the state party of Ethiopia, then deletion of paragraph 7 and the deletion of former paragraph 9, sorry. Paragraph 10 becomes 9. I believe there are some issues regarding the numbering of paragraphs between the English and French version, but we'll address them afterwards. Then the recommendations of the 2020 reactive monitoring mission, then replace restore by conserve and protect wildlife populations and property. That's the end of the sentence. Subitem C, establish a core management system instead of a co-management system. Under item, well, paragraph 4 replaces possibly covering the whole lake by taking into consideration other critical aquatic and terrestrial, etc. Lastly, a new paragraph is suggested, which would become paragraph 10, adopts the desired state of conservation for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger, DSOC-R, for which the draft was prepared through the 2020 reactive monitoring mission, elaborated further at a meeting held in December 2022, and following virtual meetings with the World Heritage Centre, submitted in January 2024 for review, and finalised during the April 2024 UNESCO DSOC-R workshop with the State Party, the World Heritage Centre, and IUCN in Nairobi, Kenya, to commence implementation of the identified corrective measures in collaboration with the World Heritage Centre, IUCN, and external partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on the amendments? Japan, you had asked that when you last question, so I'll give you the floor, and I think Belgium had also sought and answered some questions. So Japan, you have the floor, to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our question is regarding the paragraph, paragraph 7. The whole paragraph was removed. The paragraph is regarding the SEA of the LAPSET project. So we'd like to ask the state party the reason why this paragraph was removed. We noticed that the SEA for LAPSET was conducted in 2017. So we wonder if there is any plan to do it again, or maybe we wonder if it's too late to conduct another SEA. So that's the first question. And the second question to the state party is regarding to the paragraph, I think it's 9. Something regarding the 8, the new paragraph 8. Yes, interministerial committee. So we also would like to know why this paragraph was removed. So if this committee is still working or not. Those two questions are to the state parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one question for the state party as well regarding point 9. That is point 9a, which changes the words or the wording back to the levels present at the time of inscription of the property is replaced by to its original state of conservation at the moment of inscription. So we would like to have some more background on that proposed change. And in addition, the most essential thing about this draft decision is point 4 about the DSOC R. So we would like to propose to include the words that were erased, starting from and encourage the state party to finalize, so to keep that in the decision. And that is also interlinked with the points 10, with point or paragraph 10 that has been included as well. So that's to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I'm giving time to the editors to incorporate. I give the floor to Italy, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the same question made by the Japan and Italy about the paragraph 7 and 9 in the on the original draft decision file. Why it would be very appreciated, and the state party provides the background information or reason why these paragraphs were deleted, and also regarding paragraph 10. It is said that DESOCA is adopted, but as I heard from IUCN's explanation, it is a little bit different from this amendment. So it would be very appreciated having further information or explanation about these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the State Party of Zambia to respond to the queries raised by Japan, Italy, and the Republic of Korea. Why have you cancelled para 7 and 9? And Belgium's query on 9A, why are you proposing those changes? So can you please explain the rationale? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As regards paragraph 7, the state part of Zambia is of the view that this is redundant because it presupposes that the Lapset Corridor project has a bearing on the World Heritage Site. From the conceptual maps of the Lapset, the corridor passes at a distance of over 70 kilometers away from the shores of the lake. The bulk of the property is actually terrestrial. Aquatic zone of the site hardly goes beyond 2 kilometers of the shore of Sidiloi National Park, and the waters surrounding of the central and south islands. Therefore, to require a revision of Lapset SIA is not bound to bring any benefits. Rather, the SPS of Kenya and Ethiopia have committed to do a basin-wide SIA for Lake Turkana that will propose mitigation measures to the project. As regards paragraph 9, old paragraph 9, this Kenya already expressed its position in the 45th decision, that is committee decision, that the interministerial committee is an internal matter that deals with other issues outside the issue of conservation. The paragraph has been brought up again. This issue had been reported in the previous SOC report just for information purposes, but was not among the documents open for reporting to the committee. As regards paragraph 9A, the second clause that requires an action plan to restore the wildlife populations to the levels present at the time of inscription in 1997, it has been ongoing with about natural challenges largely associated with climate change. Climate-induced changes, which is a global phenomenon, are challenges often affecting the progress. In a national wildlife census of 2021 report, the following data was collected in the general area of Marsabit County, where the Sidiloi National Park is located, and which points to the seasonal migration of wildlife. Common zebra 18 within conservancy, the northern Topi 22 within the park. The grey zebra migrated south towards Mount Kaluiman and Biosphere Reserve. Lions moved to Uhuru Hills northwards towards Kenya. The census also established that there are 19,000 reticulated giraffe individuals distributed throughout the country. This is an indicator that the species are not locally extinct. And it goes on, even paragraph 9C, in our understanding, payment for environmental services are workable where we have extractive industries, other such undertakings. In the World Heritage Property, the only revenue generated is conservation support fees received from the tourists. Outside the conservation areas, the communities are free to engage in income generating activities such as fishing. Paragraph C, the Lake Turkana measures 250 kilometers wide lengthwise and 40 kilometers wide. The aquatic section is engulfed by the site's world heritage boundaries. It is hardly 2 kilometers from the shore, which is informed by the need to protect spawning ground square. There are strong legislation that speak to fisheries done in consideration of the community economic livelihoods. To ask the state party to consider the entire lake to be a buffer zone brings about notions of protectionism. Yet what is being proposed is not and cannot be ecologically defended, and neither can be practical. It will be better to consider the contiguous aquatic areas of Sidloi National Park and on both central and south islands of National Park. So those are the reasons, Mr. Chairman, which we would like to advance as the state part of Zambia on behalf of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Would IUCN like to take the floor?
Perhaps, Chair, in this time I would respond to some of the points. On the point of the Lapset and the point that the Lapset corridor is far away from the property, you of course acknowledge that, but at the same time we point out to the fact that the whole corridor project also includes some individual projects which are much closer to the lake, including this resort project on the lake shore. So if perhaps the committee would like to remove reference to the SCA, it would at least be important to keep the reference to the environmental impact assessments for these individual projects to ensure that these are not impacting on the site. In terms of the points regarding paragraph 9, in fact, paragraph 9 actually is referring to the recommendation of the 2020 mission. So if you are changing now points in the under this paragraph, you're actually changing the recommendations of the mission. So I think there would then be a need to also reformulate the wording, because the recommendations of the 2020 mission are documented and have been formulated like that. In terms of 9A, I think it is important that the objective, the long-term objective for this site is to restore the wildlife populations to the levels at the time of inscription. We are not saying that this is the level that would be required to take the site off the danger list, but I think at least this has to be the objective, because the OUV of the site is defined based on the time of inscription. And the point raised that there is impacts from climate change which led to migration, and that there is a report, an inventory that was done. I don't think this inventory of the Marsabit County has been submitted to us, so we can't really make comments on that. My final point is on the DSOC-R. I think it's important to reiterate that we have received indeed this revised draft, but as I mentioned in my presentation before, it has not been reviewed at this stage by IUCN and the World Heritage Center, and I think it's important that this review takes place for the committee to adopt the DSOC-R that is consensual between the state party, the advisory bodies, and the World Heritage Center. Thank you.
Thank you. The questions have been answered, and there have been no further requests from any member state. So we'll go to the decision para by para. Is there any objection for para 1? I see none. Para 2? I see no objection. Para 3? Is there any objection to para 3 as amended? Okay, we go to para 4. Belgium wants to keep the bottom part and Zambia wanted it cancelled. Can we have a consensus somewhere? Zambia, will you be able to do with what Belgium has requested?
Chair, maybe at this point, if it is possible, or is it okay that the state party of Kenya is allowed to elaborate on the same?
Why don't you ask them a specific question as suggested by the
Okay.
Secretariat?
So I'll go ahead to ask them a specific question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that good guidance. State part of Kenya would like you to explain further the issues to do with the diesel car, because from our point of view, we don't seem to have a clear, that is, understanding in terms of what we have learned from your side and what we are getting from the advisory body. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. The State Party of Kenya, can you please take the floor to respond to that specific question? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding these Besoka, as has been discussed here, we have held several discussions with the advisory body IUCN and the Audit Center, and it is our considered view that this document is complete. So that's why we would urge the committee to adopt the DISCA so that we can proceed with the work of working towards the removal of this site from the danger list. We have, as has been said, we have submitted this document twice to UNESCO, and in April 2024, our understanding was that was a final document that we were submitting. So we wonder now how long it can be that we discuss these documents since 2021, 22, 23 up to now, and you are still expected again to go back and revise it again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Zambia, you have heard Kenya speak. Belgium, you have heard. So we would like to have a consensus on the text 4. Zambia is not willing to undelete its suggestion. Belgium, would you stick to your position, or would you remove your opposition to the deletion of the second part after listening to Kenya? Belgium?
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, in order to reach a consensus, we can drop our objection, but we would like to have to reflect it in the report that we concern on this, and that it would be in the official record of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rapporteur, please make note of that and mention it in the report. The next para 5. Are there any objections to the suggestion by Zambia, Rwanda, and Senegal? I see none. Next para 6. Are there any objections to para 6? I see none. Para 7, for which Japan, Italy, and the Republic of Korea had asked the rationale behind its deletion, and the State Party of Zambia had taken the floor to explain that the LAPSET corridor program is around 70 kilometers away from the property, but as IUCN mentioned, that there is a resort coming up on the shores of the lake. So some private project. Does anyone have any objection to this deletion? Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In addition to what was mentioned by the Center, we would like to propose to keep the second part of the parasil in the text. So we are sure that if any individual project takes place, that it has that foreseen procedure regarding environmental impact assessment is carried out like foreseen.
Zambia, the State Party of Zambia, would you agree to this suggestion by Belgium?
Mr. Chairman, from the State Party of Zambia's perspective, you know that any developmental project will have to be proceeded by an EIA. So in terms of EIA, it's not really an issue. So if we were to retain that at the end part for purposes of making sure that projects undergo an EIA, I think we're in support.
Okay. So please accept the Belgium suggestion. And I thank Zambia for their cooperative spirit. Undelete the last part. Yes, I know. The grammar spirit in the rapporteur is feeling uneasy, so I will definitely give you the floor, but after I have given the floor to Italy. You have the floor.
So just to thank you for the floor first, and if you can add our country in the list, Belgium, Zambia, and Italy. Thank you. We agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Your country is always in our heart. Thank you. I think Republic of Korea, you would also want to add your name to it. So please add ROK as well. And now I'll give the floor to the rapporteur to, I think Rwanda, you would also like to add your name to it? No, you would not like to add your name to it. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We really wishes to keep as deleted at first for the following reason. Lake Turkana Resort City is outside the national park, hence outside the purview of the OUV. So this was the reasoning behind the deletion of the para. Thank you.
Yes, but this is regarding specific individual projects. That is what the Zambian delegate very intelligently analyzed it. This says very specifically, and that's what was the intention of the Belgium as well. So because Zambia is supporting it, otherwise they would not be supporting it. So would you like to go along with Zambia for consensus?
For now, I will abstain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for not opposing. Japan, you have the floor.
Yeah. Also, Japan, could you add our name to? Yeah.
Please add Japan's name. Now, Belgium, Zambia, Italy, Republic of Korea, and Japan have, number of states have proposed this. And any other state would like to join? Lebanon, you have the floor. You want your name also added?
Yes, please.
Okay, please add Lebanon's name. So there is no opposition to this. Now I will give the floor to the rapporteur to make it grammatically correct. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La phrase me semble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the sentence sounds about right. I just wanted to make sure that our editors have indeed spotted the fact that we are indeed urging the state party, but it seems right. So urges the state party to ensure that the potential impact of any individual project that may impact the OUV are assessed through individual ESIA. Yes, that sounds right.
All right. India, you'd also like your name added to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we would also like to be added.
All right. Para number 7, which was striked out, you will unstrike the number 7. So the numberings will change now. Okay, now we go to para 8. There is no change there. Are there any objections? I see none. We go to para 9, which has been striked out. To Japan, Italy, and the Republic of Korea had asked a question to which the delegate of Zambia had responded to it. Is it okay if para 9 remains striked out? I see no opposition to that. Please go next to the next para. Is there any objection to 9A? Yes, Belgium, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, to take the floor again. I would like to propose to keep the sentence as was put initially, and part that says restore. So to keep it as restore wildlife populations, the property back to the levels present at the time of inscription, since that should effectively be the aim of the management. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to commend the hard work being done by the state party to in dialogue and the interaction with IUCN and the World Heritage Center to safeguard this important site. We have a small question and amendment concerning the, not an amendment, but a question concerning 9, but not A, but above it, where we have all of the recommendations. If I can say it now, we believe that maybe having all of the recommendations is a bit of redundant, because otherwise it's not recommendation. Recommendations are those that are accepted by, in our case, state parties on a voluntary basis. And if we have all of them, that means a request, not a recommendation. So we would like probably to be added to the list of supporters of this small change. Thank you.
So there is no objection to the beginning of para 9, but there is an issue with 9A. We only have about 3 minutes of time left, so I will keep 9A pending. So put 9A in brackets. Put 9A entire para in brackets, because we'll come back to it tomorrow. Is there any objection to 9B? I see none. We go to 9C. Is there any objection to para 9C? The strikeout call by Zambia. I see no objection. We go to 9D and 9E. Are there any objections to 9D and E? There is none. We go to 9F. Create a buffer zone to the property, taking into consideration other critical. Is there any objection to 9F? I see none. We go to para 10. Are there any objections to para 10? I see none. We go to para 11 and 12. Are there any objections to para 11 and 12? I see none. Now we go back to para 9A. So that's the only part where there is no consensus. Belgium wants to keep the original, but Zambia, Rwanda, and Senegal, Zambia specifically, can you live with the Belgium suggestion? Develop a site-specific biodiversity plan to conserve and protect to restore wildlife populations in the property back to the levels present at the time of inscription of the property. Zambia, would you accept the Belgium suggestion to keep this as a whole so that we can adopt this decision? You have the floor, Zambia. Please, quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, it's a bit difficult for us to say we go by Belgium's suggestion. The reason being that as it is now, we don't know whether at the time we have proper, baseline information in terms of populations in the property at the time of inscription. So we don't just want to give that is to support Belgium only on a baseless that is perspective. Thank you.
I suggest, because there is no consensus, so I'm going to adjourn for the day, and I request Zambia and Belgium to kindly discuss this. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we understand that the feasibility maybe is a bit difficult, and so we can proceed as we did before, that we have it reflected also in the report, and that we then just
Thank you. The rapporteur, please make a note of the Belgium request, and editors, please remove the Belgium suggestion. Now, is there any objection to adopting the whole decision, the draft decision as a whole? Please scroll down. I see none. This decision is adopted as amended. Thank you very much. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. I see none. Let's proceed then. Dear colleagues, we have now reached the end of our afternoon session. We will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning the examination of item 7A, the state of conservation reports of properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. We will start with the reports of the 3 cultural World Heritage properties located in the Europe and North American region, open for discussion this morning by Kazakhstan. The Secretariat has already published the updated list of state of conservation reports open for discussion, document inf.7.rev.3, and will shortly circulate a revised calendar for their examination. I will also remind all Bureau members of our third meeting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in the summit room on level 2. And before I bid you a good evening, I will give the floor to your most favorite person, Director of the WHC. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I understand also that the delegation of India would like to quickly take the floor. So just to let you know that for tonight, 2 side events will take place. The first event is organized by the host country, India, more specific, especially the Archaeological Survey of India, entitled Archaeology and Epic in the Light of New Researches, from 6 p.m., that is immediately now, in room MR6. So I invite you to be present. And the second one is organized by UNESCO on marine heritage, entitled Monitoring Climate Impact Through Citizen Science Environmental DNA. It also starts at 6 p.m. now in room MR19. Good evening to all, and see you tomorrow.
Yes, but I have not let you go. India, you want to make some housekeeping or some announcements? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a small announcement. I would request my colleague to make these announcements from the podium. Thank you, Chair.
A very good evening to the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and our esteemed delegates of the dais. I have 2 special announcements to make. The first announcement is for those going for the excursion to Qutub Minar. The vehicle will be parked in front of hall number 14, Incredible India Exhibition Hall, at 6:20 p.m. That is 5 minutes from now. So you may proceed for the same. For the pickup and walk to the Qutub complex, illuminated tour. And the second announcement, in which we invite you to unwind in our relaxing Ayurveda pavilion, centrally located in hall number 14, offering therapeutic treatments, VR tours, AI solutions for Ayurveda. Experience ancient wisdom through modern innovations, from expert consultations and AI-based pulse diagnostics to immersive meditation pods. Indulge in premium therapies and rejuvenating Ayurveda treatments. And don't miss this unique opportunity to explore how tradition meets technology. Please join us in hall number 14 for a transformative journey to a holistic wellness. Thank you very much. Wish you a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you, and indeed wish you a good evening. See you tomorrow. This meeting is adjourned.